My name is Michael Lee Sherwood. I'm the Director of Technology and Innovation for the City of Las Vegas. We've deployed Darktrace's industrial immune system in our water reclamation and water processes to safeguard our systems from intrusion. Those systems are critical to a city's operation, is also critical to the citizens that we serve. Any disruption in sewer service or water service could be very impactful to the community. We chose Darktrace because really there's no other product available to us that gave us the insights, that gave us the ability to take action and proactively monitor and safeguard our network. I think the fundamental advantage of machine learning and what Darktrace really brings to the game is its ability to evolve and adapt as my needs and security change. Las Vegas is a pioneer in the smart city arena, and we really are, as we expand and grow our network, are bringing Darktrace into that fold. And as we start deploying more smart city technologies, Darktrace is going to be our partner going forward in securing our networks. Las Vegas is undertaking several innovative projects currently. We're looking at having an autonomous vehicle traverse our streets. We're also deploying IoT sensors throughout the city that control lighting and trash and so forth. And Darktrace is a huge component of that security architecture to ensure those networks remain and stay secure. So having Darktrace as part of our team, and we really look at it as part of our team, really provides a force multiplier. We have a very small security team, but Darktrace provides that 7x24 by 365 support that we really need. Las Vegas is a very progressive city, and we're always trying to attract new business and new economic opportunities. And by partnering with Darktrace, we've really had some great experiences in getting exposure for our city. Not only exposure that has helped the city attract new business, but exposure that's brought companies into our market that would have never come before had we not had this great partnership with Darktrace.
All right. Good morning. Admire, can you hear me? Is my sound okay?
Everything's fine.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Hello, everybody. Let's kick things off, shall we? The Internet of Things. What is it? All right. IoT, as it's commonly known, describes the network of physical objects, things, objects that are embedded with sensors, software, and other technologies for the purpose of connecting and exchanging data with other devices and systems over the internet. Sounds like our everyday lives, doesn't it? Well, welcome to the IoT Forum 2021. My name is Ashmal Mbawanga, and it's my great honor to be chair for this event for the first time today. With the world brought to its knees by the ironclad grip of the pandemic, many people have lost their lives, and some are still struggling with it. We remember those that have come before us, those that have laid the foundations, and the many reasons we can continue advancing the Internet of Things. I would have loved to be with you all today in person, but here we are, online. Hashtag WFH. Massive shout out to our sponsors for making this year's event a reality. At Software AG, Dark Trace, Inomines, Cloud Inspire, and Miro. Africa has a $180 billion internet economy future with the growth of urban and mobile population. Last I checked, there were 1.3 billion in Africa, with 2.5 billion people forecast for 2050. That's incredible. Digital connectivity sits at 40%. 45% of the population will be in cities by 2025. And there's an expanding tech ecosystem that we can already see. There are already more than 700,000 developers on the continent alone. And what a treat we have for you all today. I'm excited. I don't know about you, but I hope you can get as excited as I am. Before we start, just some house rules, right? Delegates, I am your chair. I'm not here to babysit you. So please familiarize yourselves with the platform. Questions can be filed in the discussion and question sections on the right-hand side of your screen. So just pop in there during the sessions if you have a question or you'd like to be part of the discussion. All presentations and media will be sent to delegates at the end of the session. Delegates, if you need assistance during the event, visit the help desk by clicking the button on the bottom left of your screen. Right, now that we have that out the way, our speakers, who are they? Right, so we have Dr. Mike DeSella, Chief Analytics Officer at F&B Risk. And his topic today is the era of artificial intelligence and it's the impact of the future of business. We have Gareth Whitaker, Director of Solutions and Innovations at Software AG. His topic will be IoT for current COVID-19 and future pandemics. We have Dave Mason. Unfortunately, Dave can't be with us here today, but we actually have a video that he shared with us. He's the Director of Enterprise Security at Dark Trace, and his topic will be IoT under attack, thwarting 0 days with cyber AI. We have Marius Oosthuizen. He's a lecturer at the University of Pretoria and the Gordon Institute of Business Science. We have Mark O'Keefe, co-founder and Director of Product at Paygo Energy. Raj Ganji and Sairam Vedam, they are from Inomines, and their topic will be transforming the future of AG tech. I apologize if I got your names incorrect, gentlemen, but I've seen your presentation and I'm sure it'll be incredible. We also have Wayne Yannicka. He's the Head of Information Technology at Caprissa. We have Lawrence Boyer, the Director of Smart City Program at the City of Johannesburg, our very own city. We have Sean Dipnow, who's the co-founder and CEO of Explore Group. His topic will be using IoT to deliver intelligence for large water networks. Fascinating. And we have Danny Afanoko. He's the CEO, founder of Cloud Inspire, and his topic will be IT businesses. Build and automate your cloud infrastructure in Africa and keep your data local. And lastly, at the end of our session today, we'll have some last words from our panelists, and we have a group of them talking about the future of IT, right? I'll be forming part of that panel as well. And I usually have a crystal ball, but my crystal ball has been wrong before. So I'm looking forward to see what others have in store for us on what the future holds. 2020 Emerging Tech Predictions. Okay, Now that that's all done, here's a short message from our sponsors. Goodbye.
My name is Michael Lee Sherwood. I'm the Director of Technology and Innovation for the City of Las Vegas. We've deployed Darktrace's industrial immune system in our water reclamation and water processes to safeguard our systems from intrusion. Those systems are critical to a city's operation, is also critical to the citizens that we serve. Any disruption in sewer service or water service could be very impactful to the community. We chose Darktrace because really there's no other product available to us that gave us the insights, that gave us the ability to take action and proactively monitor and safeguard our network. I think the fundamental advantage of machine learning and what Darktrace really brings to the game is its ability to evolve and adapt as my needs and security change. Las Vegas is a pioneer in the smart city arena, and we really are, as we expand and grow our network, are bringing Darktrace into that fold. And as we start deploying more smart city technologies, Darktrace is going to be our partner going forward in securing our networks. Las Vegas is undertaking several innovative projects currently. We're looking at having an autonomous vehicle traverse our streets. We're also deploying IoT sensors throughout the city that control lighting and trash and so forth. And Darktrace is a huge component of that security architecture to ensure those networks remain and stay secure. So having Darktrace as part of our team, and we really look at it as part of our team, really provides a force multiplier. We have a very small security team, but Darktrace provides that 7x24 by 365 support that we really need. Las Vegas is a very progressive city, and we're always trying to attract new business and new economic opportunities. And by partnering with Darktrace, we've really had some great experiences in getting exposure for our city. Not only exposure that has helped the city attract new business, but exposure that's brought companies into our market that would have never come before had we not had this great partnership with Darktrace.
Great, wonderful. I think, okay, no, not yet. Oh, there we are. We're done. Some great ads, and we have some great speakers to follow. And who better than the renowned doctor to take us through our first presentation today? I'd like to introduce you all to Dr. Mark Nasella. He's the Chief Analytics Officer at FNB Risk. As an experienced data scientist and analytics expert, he has ensured that the techniques and methodologies that he has introduced into FNB are at the forefront of where banking is headed, both locally and internationally. That's something special. And some of his career highlights and awards include developer and the brain behind Manila, an AI system FNB has been harnessing to reimagine its risk management and forensic due to diligence processing. Now that's, he's going to tell us what that means in a second, right? Mark holds a PhD in mathematical statistics, shall I say, from the Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. And he's also a Singularity of South Africa Executive Program alumni and is part of the faculty. He was named one of the Corinium Global Intelligence 2020 Global Top 100 Innovators in Data and Analytics. Now, Mark, I'm looking forward to this session. I'd like to welcome you, and I'm sure our audience are waiting to hear from you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for that great introduction. I'm really excited to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you about artificial intelligence. When you look around the world, what globalization and technology is doing to every single organization, I think we realize that the future has to be reimagined if we want to exist as an organization. And I guess that's why we're all here, because we want to upskill, we want to reimagine our organization so that we are much more efficient and reduce our operational costs. We want to keep up, with the digital expectation of our customers of any aspect of our businesses. And one of the key technologies that is helping organizations reimagine themselves is artificial intelligence. And I thought we should speak about how this era is, impacting how businesses have to change the way they do their businesses, as well as reimagine the future function so that you can come up with even better value proposition. So I will start the talk by talking to you about some of the challenges and advancements that have meant that we need to think about artificial intelligence. I will introduce the concept of AI, give a basic definition and differentiate it to other prominent technologies. I'll talk about a couple of examples of where AI is being used to reimagine the future of various industries. Then I will talk about how can organizations create a foundation that leverages AI, because as much as AI is making businesses become better, not all of them are succeeding. Then we'll talk about AI strategies, because just like any other strategies, you need to set yourself up so that you can succeed. And AI being a culture, we have to also think about how do you create a foundation so that you're an AI-driven organization. So just to lead us into this conversation, I want us to think about one of the areas that is being reimagined so much. And this area is, you're all familiar with this area. We've all gone through a recruitment process. We've either applied for a job, gone for interviews, we are sitting in a position where maybe we're recruiting people. And what we've seen now, technology has meant that we have to think about, different ways of doing things. LinkedIn and other career sites are reimagining how, we're acquiring skills and making sure we acquire the best skills. So as part of the recruitment process, you go through onboarding and learning. But I want us to take a look at how a startup called Stafori from Russia, owned by Alexander Uraksin, has reimagined the recruitment process.
So, why should we hire you?
Well, I think I'm the perfect candidate for the role. I love analyzing and organizing and executing these kind of complex projects. And also, my master's degree in corporate law is just the kind of academic background that I think would help me excel.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe that you're the person we're looking for.
Really? I'm sorry, I don't think you fit our profile. 4 years experience in delivering projects, and the majority of them on time and within budgetary estimates.
Well, you have all the qualifications and experience for this role. It seems like you're the perfect candidate.
Really? Thank you.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure, Nadia.
Thank you so much. So that was Vera. Vera can interview 1,500 people for the same role and shortlist the top 100 in the space of 1 week. Vera was trained by hundreds of thousands of job specifications, using a lot of data from candidates, and including some of key specific requirements from employers, especially to make sure you get certain specific talent. The reason why Vera is important is because the whole idea of going around searching for candidates is very tedious. That whole process is tough, especially when looking for scarce skills. It also makes organizations make mistakes on missing out the right talent, or sometimes misaligning skills, and you'll end up getting people getting jobs that they do not qualify for, but missing out on talent you could have used. The other part, you know very well, most of the interview processes, you'll find that because of human issues, you'll find that you miss out on the opportunity because of certain biases and things like that. When you look at the challenges Vera also, think about the challenges we've been dealing with during this pandemic. From, some of you had to come up with remote working strategies for your staff members to keep up with the lockdowns. You have to scale up digital channels. You have to implement flexible terms for your customers. You have to repurpose your staff to keep up with new challenges which you have never been prepared for. Some of you had to offer substantial promotions, and because of that, you need to leverage technology so that your spend or your operational costs are lower to keep up with what is happening, including making sure that there is less interaction with your customers. These challenges are set up for an AI-driven future. Just like Vera from Russia, you need to think about these challenges. But before even the pandemic, the world was already going through what is called the Fourth Industrial Revolution, where emerging technologies such as AI, 3D printing, and so forth were already reimagining different processes. Now, let's now talk about AI. Now that we know what the opportunity of AI is. AI is a field in computer science that deals with making processes, systems, or even objects execute functions with the same intelligence as human beings. So AI is not new. It's been there for some time. You could go back to before 1900s, where the Egyptians and the Greeks used to forge objects called, so that they can represent what God looked like. You'll hear of the gods of the Hephaestus or something like that. But in the early 40s, we saw the advancements of this field after a couple of scientists put together a system that could execute calculus or mathematical functions as close or with the same accuracy as human beings. But in the mid-50s, the field of artificial intelligence was formally launched at the University of Dartmouth. And the whole idea was, to build machines that could execute functions as good as the way human beings would have done. It was not so easy. because the field struggled so much because it was so underestimated. The whole execution was so underestimated. We didn't realize, AI systems need a lot of data. Scientists at that time did not realize systems needed so much computation power to be able to process information and execute things like human beings until recently. Then machine learning is a field or a subset of AI that deals with teaching machines to learn from data, learn complex patterns using complex algorithms, and make decisions continuously while learning from data with minimal supervision. We can't talk about machine learning without talking about deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning motivated by the structure of brain. And the brain is structured with neurons. That's why they're called deep learning neural networks. And they're based on memory to allow machines or systems think, for example, identify objects, differentiate between objects or animals and things like that. So when you look at the growth, I told you the AI is not new. There's certain reasons that have led to this field growing at the moment. In the early 90s, we saw Kasparov struggle so much against an IBM built system. The advancement of computing power, as well as other factors like data, have meant that systems are now becoming more and more powerful because the computers can now process a lot of information. And you can see that over time, this graph has been adopted from Moore's law, that systems are now able to perform human functions much more comfortably over time. In fact, by 2028, we should expect a lot of AI-driven systems to execute functions as better even as human beings. Data has been at the center of everything. The world is so connected. There's lots of sensors. Data is being generated left, right, and center. Not just structured data, human unstructured data from social networks, which has meant now a lot of systems can be trained. The algorithms can be trained to execute functions with even more accuracy. And that is why you go to, for example, the United Arab Emirates. They've centered their strategy around building data centers, which organizations can leverage to make sure that the data is representative of the problems and they can be used to solve specific problems that also empower society. It's called the Smart Dubai program. Some of the industries, for example, that are leveraging AI capabilities, you go to China, they've got over 70 million cameras which are using facial detection technologies, which are basically embedded with deep learning capabilities. The reality is, when people look at a document and certify the document, it doesn't make it safer. These technologies have got the ability to identify detail, especially at a time where technology is complex, but also it's advancing some of the complex crimes across the world. Medicine, biology, and agriculture, from precision agriculture to now doctors being able to leverage technologies to perform some of the most complex medical procedures. We now have robot coming, and in the future, we'll have doctors being able to perform operations remotely. You could be in Pretoria and the doctor is in Cape Town, and they are able to get to perform an operation with the guidance of a robot because these capabilities have now advanced to that stage. We've got a problem with education. In Dubai now, there's an AI revolution in reimagining the future of education. Calculus is being taught now with robots. Why? Because these robots can be taught with syllabus, as well as how the best teachers teach calculus, and they're able to be said to deliver some of these classes where there's scarcity of teachers. When we talk about autonomous cars, a few years ago it was a myth. Today, you go to San Francisco, there's an autonomous car everywhere. Tesla is, there's no street you go by without, finding a Tesla car. And the reason is, out of the 1.2 million deaths every year from accidents, 94% of them can be prevented and attributed to human error, and that can be prevented because these machines have the ability to process a lot of information than we humans can do and take the right decisions. So the reality is every single industry is being reimagined using artificial intelligence, and therefore you have to make sure you create a foundation to impact the future of your business. But how do you do that? When you go back to other revolutions, there's two schools of thought that have driven the use of technology. The first one is what we call iterative thinking. And an example is the finance industry, where you go back to the 50s, a bank used to be a branch, a place you go to move your money or withdraw your money or invest your money or even get credit. But over time, as new technology has been reinvented, the banking services have not changed. They've been moving through different technological channels. To when the first mainframe called the ARMA was built for the Bank of America, when the ATM came, the functionality was moved to the ATMs. Up to now, we're talking about virtual voice assistants and chatbots, which are driving the execution of banking services. That is what we call innovation by iterative thinking. You keep on iterating your products or your services as technology is adopted. And it's a good thing because you keep up with the digital experience expectation. But when you look at what's happening today, digitization is an expectation. In fact, 84% of organizations fail at digitization because a lot of customers or the problems of today require us to reimagine our solutions. Now, let's look at the second thought process or innovation, which we call first principle thinking. This is what has driven big innovations. In the 1750s, the British decided, let's change the way we move from A to B. And they went back to the drawing board and said, listen, we need to change the way we innovate going forward. We're not going to use horse-drawn wagons anymore. They invented the steam engine. Elon Musk did the same thing with SpaceX. He decided, I'm going to go back to the drawing board and redesign the Saturn V and use existing 3D titanium bars to design a new rocket. And he did that at less than 10% of what it cost the Apollo program to take the Saturn V to the moon for research purposes. So when you think about the problems of today, you need to think about reimagining the whole solution. Here is an example of which my team did at F&B, where we decided to reimagine the whole process. So instead of just digitizing a process, we redesigned the role of a human being, made sure we build an AI system that can gather all the data from multiple sources, create a single view, provide insights. And what our analysts are doing now in the forensic process is to do what? Basically perform quality assurance and provide feedback to Manila, this AI system. The way you disrupt and innovate has got an implication to the future of your business. And therefore, you'll see the red line, obviously. These are organizations that feel they're very secure and they don't need to innovate, but you can see that they go down very quickly. Then the blue line is the iterative innovators. They research and adopt new technology. They research and adopt new technology. And then you got the green one is organizations that are first principle thinkers. They research, envisage, say we need to do this thing all the way from the beginning in a totally different way to execute the same function. Just like Steve Jobs went back to the drawing board and said, listen, we need a phone that can do this with all these apps, connectivity, internet. He came up with the smartphone industry. So for you to keep up and deal with the challenges of today, all solutions will not keep up. You'll only get incremental benefits. And incremental benefits mean that you'll not survive for long. So, but then what does it mean for the way we strategize using AI? Now, AI is a strategy just like any other strategy. You need to understand what you want to achieve with it. You need to understand, do you want to drive digital customer engagement? Do you want to automate and make processes efficient? Do you want to be compliant? Do you want to enhance customer experience? It starts with that. And then you need a data strategy because these AI strategies or algorithms depend on data. So you must have the right data and don't just go collect everything. You need ethical and legal considerations because there's a lot of concerns about what these systems can do. You need the right technologies to make sure you can implement stuff because the way you implement, the type of technology you use to implement an AI-driven chatbot is a very different technology you use to implement to drive an automation process. You need the right skills and capacity because if you don't have the right skills and capacity, you will struggle to execute. In fact, you'll even struggle to identify these opportunities. Then you need a proper strategy to implement your initiatives. Then make sure you also think about change management because the ways of working will change. Reimagining the future also means reimagining and repurposing stuff so that they can play a monumental role in an AI-driven world. But something else has changed. It's society. Society sits with economies. Now, society is not just interested in your products and services, it is interested in how you're using your value proposition to solve these economies or these social problems. And they're grouped under the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is what now society, people or our customers look at us and say, okay, what are we bringing to the table? So we have to think about society. This means our strategies are evolving from just using technologies to push products and services through what we call the omni-channel strategy to a ubiquitous strategy where you're also pushing solutions to help solve social problems. Let me give you an example before I go to the last stage of my talk. In 2014, Elon Musk decided to share the Tesla patents. At that time, Tesla was very young, only selling 22,000 cars a year. And when he was asked, I want you to listen what he said.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk has just announced on the company's website that the company is going to be opening up all of its patents for other automakers and others in the auto industry to use.
It is rare and it is bold. Tesla is sharing its secrets, opening its patents for the world to see.
We haven't seen this type of move from any automaker.
What is driving your recent decision to essentially not pursue intellectual property claims on your own patents?
But I think it's important to bear in mind that we're really all on the same ship, of being Earth. If Tesla succeeds, but then the sort of climate is destroyed, I'm not sure that actually helps Tesla. A ship-based analogy might be appropriate here, where it's like, let's say there's a bunch of people on the ship and there's a bunch of holes in the ship, and we're quite good at sort of bailing water out of our section, and we've invented this nice bucket. We're foolish of us not to share that bucket design, because if the ship goes down, we're going with it.
You guys are the proof of concept from a market perspective. If you start making a lot of money, if you start showing that people will buy your car, then you're going to see the rest of the industry flood in.
Exactly.
Thank you. And you can see that after these incidents, the share price of Tesla speaks for itself. Three things I want you to learn from here. First is do not be obsessed against your competitors so much. You'll end up missing on the bigger picture. Sometimes it's important that you collaborate, share solutions. Secondly, customers and even employees are loyal to organizations that are using technologies such as AI to solve for society problems. And we've seen people want to live for organizations that work with a purpose. But the third point is that even when things go wrong, organizations will protect you. They will live by you because they know, you've got their main interests at heart. And lastly, when you solve for society, it's not about philanthropism alone. There's opportunities there. For those of you who follow the World Economic Forum, if you just solve for 5 of these SDGs, there's almost $13 trillion of economic opportunities that could be explored. So how do you set up an AI-driven organization? As it stands, we're sitting at only 23% of organizations across the world are data-driven, when 97% are investing in data and technology capabilities. This is a challenge because there's 1 out of 4% chance or 25% chance that you will actually succeed. And keeping this in mind, that is just data-driven. When you start going now into AI, the chances of failure even goes higher. And the main issue is that within the organization, key stakeholders as well as main players or staff in the organization are not speaking the same language. And therefore, it's important that you have a literacy program that allows you to understand your strategy, the role of technology in helping you reimagine the future. A lack of literacy around AI and data is actually having undesirable impacts on various strategies. 65% of initiatives are met with resistance. 75% of employees are uncomfortable around working with data. Then how are you going to embed the strategy in your organization? We even have employees taking leave because they're uncomfortable talking about technologies such as AI and data. But even though the benefits of these technologies are very straightforward, organizations still struggle. Organizations that have data are driving the use of data are 23 times more likely to acquire customers. 62% of them say with data and technology, they understand their customers much better. But we also have unicorns who, on average, they're disrupting existing organizations for a long time. And they're taking up to 30% of businesses from these organizations. I think Gartner predicted by 2021, 1.8 trillion of the existing economy will have moved to organizations that are reimagining themselves using AI. And therefore, you have to socialize these concepts. Don't just leave AI and technology to the data experts or to stakeholders, because for you to have an impact with AI, it has to sit with the operations where the impact is being made. So concepts such as data fundamentals, speaking the language of data, biases, data privacy are important for the whole organizations to know. So this is my last slide. Number 1, create awareness and capacity building. Socialize AI and build it as a capability. Socialize AI initiatives, efficiencies, for example, product development use cases. Let everyone in the organization understand the benefits of this technology. Have strategic partnerships, research and academic institutions. Those partnerships are important because the academic institutions play an important role in advancing studies in this area. Keep up with partner with industry to understand how the area is growing. Partner with your customers so that you can take away the fear of the fact that AI is going to do this and do that. Also understand what are their needs that you should prioritize. Then create a knowledge base, communities of practice, reading clubs, knowledge sharing initiatives so that everyone can understand this technology within the organization. The only time to reimagine and modernize your organization using AI is now, because tomorrow might be too late. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was what a way to kick off the conference. I think Mark, you speak my language, which is great. I mean, I'm conversational AI, and virtual assistants and chatbots are really shaping how we engage with customers. So, and obviously AI, machine learning, deep learning has multiple applications. It would be great to understand, what virtual assistants and chatbots mean for you within the bank as well as within telcos, like what your views are. I think we can touch on some of these questions that have come from the audience, and I have many for you as well. At the end of today's session, I think we're going to have a Q&A at the end. So hopefully you'll be sticking around and you'll be joining us at the end. But ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mark Nasello, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for that incredible presentation. Again, the presentations will be made available to everybody at the end of this session. So don't be disheartened. Thank you so much, Mark. Really appreciate it.
No, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. And now we move on. I think after that incredible presentation, we're on to another incredible presentation. Someone who I admire and revere. I've read his profile. His name is Gareth Whitaker. He's the Director of Solutions and Innovation at Software AG right here in South Africa. It covers primarily IoT, analytics, integration, process optimization, and automation. Gareth has been with Software AG going on 10 years, and prior to that, with other similar enterprise solution providers for a career spanning more than 24 years. So he's definitely an expert and someone who's knowledgeable in what he's talking about. Gareth focuses on achieving customer and partner success, applying both business need and desired outcomes, and delivering the associated technology strategy to that. Gareth, welcome. It is an absolute pleasure to have you in the conference. Over to you, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you, Ishmael. I'm just going to leap right into it. So hopefully what I will be conveying today is talking about the value and how to derive value and quicker time to market out of a unified IoT platform. So I'm going to share my screen now. And what you should see now is my presentation. So basically, what is IoT? I mean, we all know that. We're all at this conference for a reason, but it's a very simple explanation. Obviously, IoT is about connecting physical things into your organization. So bringing that into your digital platform. And why do we do that? I mean, we're connecting up these physical devices, sensors, things like that. We're bringing it through, we're analyzing the data, we're doing the communication, and we're bringing it back into the mothership. But why? I mean, it's not just that we all like playing with these cool devices that do great things. The key, obviously, of why we're doing this is business value. What is this going to do for our organization? So how do we actually then derive and achieve that value, and what are we looking to do? I mean, some of the most common ones, obviously, why we're doing these solutions is things like lowering of costs, preventive maintenance on our equipment, whether that be a massive and gigantic wind turbine, a factory equipment, or even something a lot smaller like a coffee machine. I mean, some of the examples which I'll show in the presentation. Optimizing the usage of our assets and making them more efficient. It's obviously about engaging with the customers, and not just customers, citizens as well, because as much as a lot of this obviously is about making money and growing the organization, a lot of it is also about delivering value for the citizens and for our customers. So increasing the customer experience, increasing customer retention, providing them new offerings, new business models, but also for citizens. I mean, things like, what we're currently doing with the solution. One example, from a vaccine distribution, tracking, and cold chain monitoring perspective, that really adds benefit into the lives of the citizens. So it's not always just a quantitative value that we're looking to achieve. It's also qualitative, both for our customer and the citizen who is our customer. And obviously creating new business models, assets as a service. We have a lot of customers who've done that with our platform, where they've actually moved from selling physical hardware to providing that as a service, steam as a service, compression as a service. So being able to stay competitive in an ever-changing market. So from Gartner, the numbers are saying that about 63% of CEOs perceive IoT to have a significant material business impact. So they actually see it as something valuable to the organization. And 42% of organizations have deployed at least one IoT use case. And of those that have, 80% of them have said that they actually received greater value than what they expected by doing that use case. So a lot of the times you'll find organizations might be hesitant to look at IoT, but once they actually embrace it, they do see a lot of value. One of the biggest challenges, however, is a lot of organizations are experimenting with IoT, but it's not actually making it into production. So there's a lot of side projects, there's a lot of money spent on trying things out, but roughly about 19% of those are actually going into production and starting to make money for the company, starting to bring value to the customers and the citizens. Why do IoT projects fail? Well as the being stuck in the experimentation phase, one of the reasons, quite a large reason, is they run in isolation. They're not connecting to the business. So from McKinsey and Capgemini, saying 80% of IoT POCs failed to convert to a business practice, and 65% of them could not articulate the business value of the IoT POCs for investment. Why carry on doing this? It was great as a trial, as an experiment, but how do we actually monetize this? How do we actually do something valuable, and how do we connect it to our existing business models? About 70% of those projects, one of the biggest challenges is integration. So we can get the thing up and running, we can show that it can work, it can do something, but how do we now connect that back? How do we tie it into our existing business processes? Be that from a technical perspective, connect it into our existing ERPs, CRMs, our own business systems, but even to our organization's business processes. So that's one of the key things as well that should be looking at when you're saying, well, why are we doing this? Are we doing it for the sake of doing it? Or how is it actually going to tie in overall and bring value to the organization and work within the organization? Obviously, you have already a number of variety of applications in your organization that you will want to bring this data in, that you'll want to interact with. It doesn't want to be a one-way flow. You need to make sure that it becomes, IoT is just another worker within the organization. It's just bringing in additional data sources, additional streams. It's also, you're going to have a lot of different types of data, even from your IoT solutions, that you want to bring together to actually combine to add value to the company, to the customer, or to the citizen. You also, one of the challenges is being able to then run it wherever the customer is, wherever the data is. That might be in a large metropolitan area, it might be down a mine shaft. Very different environments, and you need to have that flexibility. And obviously the ability to integrate whatever system, whatever your customers bring, whatever device types are brought into the organization. Obviously, a lot of this then slows down your time to value. So these are the kind of things that you need to think about up front to understand how you're going to get that out very quickly. Obviously, one of the key things that we look at is the simplification of IoT and the integration of IoT into the business. You want to empower business and IT to be able to connect applications and automate workflows within your IoT environment. You don't want to pigeonhole it into just one area within the organization, seen as something that's very, it's rocket science. It can't be used for business. It can only be used for very technical things. You want to make sure that whatever you do, it can talk to everything. Not just the devices talking to the platform, but the platform talking to all the systems, to all the different customer systems and requirements. And you need to be able to connect anything. One of the things I talked on in the presentation is, you might have one IoT solution that's delivering value, and it does a very specific thing. But the moment you try and scale it, or the moment you bring in additional use cases with different types of sensors, different types of devices, then it's another system, and then another one and another one, until eventually you have all these things not talking to one another, not sharing data, and not sharing that data into the business systems. And that can get very tricky. That can really slow down your progress and your time to value, because you've got one thing doing a little bit of value, but now you're stuck there. And obviously being able to unlock that data, not just from the IoT side of things, from the devices, the sensors, but obviously from your existing systems as well. How do you combine them to really get true value? To be able to monetize not just the data that's coming in, but the data you already have. And obviously it needs to be incredibly secure, it needs to be well governed and protected. As I said, one of the challenges is from your organization, you might want to offer one thing. Example, a customer, they might they have steam equipment, and that's what they do. Obviously, you can offer a solution to your customers, monitoring, measuring, doing predictive maintenance. You can change your business model to say, okay, we move from giving you machines, selling you machines, renting machines, to actually giving you certain volumes of whatever it is you need as a service. But what you might find, especially in a lot of government institutions and that we work with, we see is it's not just one case, one use case, it's many, and they all need to talk to one another, whether it be the street lighting, the buses, the smart bins, the electricity, the water, all of that becomes, one thing that you need to do together. You can't manage them all in isolation. That just makes your admin burden and your barrier to entry so much higher. So it's also about saying, how can I do all of these use cases, or one of these use cases, through the same thing? So obviously the vision is, and what we do, and you'll notice that I've put asterisks here with the timelines, because as we all know, connecting devices, if you've got a smarter device, that can be 30 seconds, up and running on the platform, sending data, manageable. You might find that your customer amongst their inventory has devices that they wish to use that are already deployed in their customers that are ancient. They have very proprietary protocols, and you need to integrate those. And that's still not a problem. It's just the only reason why I put the asterisks is to say, through an ideal world, you connect up your device within 5 minutes, the data is flowing, you can then flow that data through the analytics and the dashboards, you can set up your smart rules, you can set up your machine learning in the platform, you can integrate it to your ERP, your cloud ERP, your CRM, your homegrown business system that needs to actually do the billing for your IoT platform, or trigger activity to disconnect a customer when they're no longer paying for the service. And you can build your own applications on top of that, graphically, drag and drop, very quickly. That's what you want to get to be able to deliver new solutions very quickly. Take something to the market. When you have an idea, you don't want to be held back. You don't want to have to wait 6 months and someone else has eaten your lunch. The other thing is to start off small, but know that you have the runway to grow rapidly. So you can start off with a simple use case. Connect up the devices, get the data flowing. Great. What can we do with that data? You can then progress on to, okay, now that we have the data flowing through one type of device, through thousands of types of device, through millions of different devices, what can we do with it? What value can we add so we can now sell that on as a value add service to our customers? And as the data is flowing and it's going through the analysis, and that we can learn and innovate, and we can see, okay, based on what we now know, which we didn't know before, how can we then do something new? How can we offer new business models for our customers, or change the way we work internally to save money, make money, or grow our market share? Obviously, from a comprehensive platform point of view, as I said, you want to have rapid deployment. You want to get to a minimum viable product. And I'll show you with some customer examples how that can be done in days or weeks. Something out in the market, adding value to your customers. Get that first thing out there, be the first, and then know that it can scale massively, that it can be distributed wherever you need, and that it's very flexible and based on open standards if you need to change it or even migrate it. The other great thing from a platform approach point of view is IoT, from the studies, IoT platforms are a lot more cost effective. As I mentioned, if you have one solution and it does one thing with one sort of type of device, that's fine. it works, it does what you need. But especially as you start to move into multiple use cases, you start to grow your market and get a lot more customers, a lot more devices, the costs for managing that yourself, for managing the multiple different types of systems, can get quite tricky, can get quite pricey, can need a lot of manpower to handle that. Whereas obviously, if you've got a platform that can do all of those across all those different device types, that can severely reduce your costs and your headache of management. This can help you obviously accelerate your IoT projects. So you can innovate faster. You can start to get a lot more business insights directly from those customers. You can reduce your costs and obviously do this a lot faster. So just a couple of customer examples that we've done. Insurance company, one of the largest insurers in Europe, they have millions of customers now with devices inside the car where they can actually do new offerings, analyzing the driver behavior and contractual data from the ERP and giving things like real-time insurance or discounts for driver good behavior, etc. Being able to manage, as I say, millions of those different devices within the same platform, doing manufacturing where they can actually start to offer new services based on the information that they're getting fed back directly from their vending machines and their stock and operation management, so that they can see, okay, where can we actually tweak this now so we can make a lot more money out of our existing products. Automating your back office events, so directly tying in things from the devices, from the factory floor or from the mine or from anything like that, so that it'll kick off automated action. As I mentioned, disconnecting a customer who's no longer paying, automatically ordering needed parts before it becomes a problem. And being able to offer that agility. So for instance, being able to monitor and optimize energy consumption or other customers with water consumption, water leakage or energy theft, and including the real-time analysis of a full building, the heating, the ventilation, the cooling systems. You'd be amazed at some of the business cases done where the amount of money you can save just with the smallest little insight is massive. And obviously that's something you can sell on to your customers as a massive value add. So what do we want in a unified platform? What do we have in the unified platform? Obviously, you want it to be scalable. You want it to be secure. You want it to be able to run anywhere. You want it to be able to have, no matter what type of device, what type of network, whatever vertical you're in, all your different use cases. Should not hold you back. Should be able to connect all of that up. And true multi-tenancy, so that, as I say, you can on-sell that fully white label to your customers and offer whatever kind of solution they need. But also the full multi-tenancy, both from a scalability point of view and from a privacy point of view. You might have a medical use case, you might have an insurance use case, and at the same time, you might have a vending machine use case. They are not the same from a separation of data point of view, and you can control that. Obviously, you want to make sure your platform supports everything. No matter what kind of industrial standard, IoT protocol, standard protocols, open protocols, whatever type of analytics and that you use in-house, whatever systems you bring, you need to know that you can connect that up easily and have that up and running very quickly. You also want to be able to connect any type of device. And that's why I mentioned earlier with the 5 minutes. This may be a pre-vetted thing that you literally plug in and it automatically connects, So setup time, 5 seconds. Or you might have a new device or something you build yourself. It might be something that you're planning on releasing to the market and you want to be able to connect that up. So you have that flexibility that no matter what type of device you're bringing to the party or your customers are asking you to manage for them, you can handle that. You obviously, if the device supports it, because obviously not all devices do, want to be able to remotely and automatically manage those devices. Update their firmware, switch them on and off, do routine checks, remote into them, have all that controlled directly from your web application. You're going to have a lot of data flowing as well. Another consideration that you always have to have for your IoT solution. What do you do with that data? Where do you put it? How do you actually sift through it and get any kind of value out of it? How do you access it easily from a data lake or directly from any of your existing BI tools so that you can actually make sense of it? How do you feed it through all types of analytics within the platform so you can do the real-time streaming analytics as the data is flowing? You can flow it through machine learning models directly and do your predictive analytics, your image recognition of a distracted driver, for example. You can create, train, and deploy your machine learning models directly within your platform. Again, doing this all graphically through the cockpit, you're not restricting the platform or the access or the barrier to entry. You're making that as easy as possible. As mentioned, having that full graphical integration as well with a multitude of pre-configured connectors and recipes so that it's not just the devices that are easily connected in. You know, if you need to hook up your SAP or your Oracle financials, it should just be a matter of plugging that in, and now it's connected into your IoT landscape. Being able to create your own applications. So you've got the platform, the devices are connected, you're managing them, data's flowing. What do you want to offer to your customer? What do you want to use yourself? How do you manage all of that data and show it very easily? Just creating those web applications through a configurable drag and drop interface, or using out-of-the-box solution accelerators which offer from ourselves, from our partners. As an example, you might have a water management use case or a building management use case. You don't want to go and drag and drop and create all those nice dashboards and views and controls yourself. You just want to deploy that and say, great, we're getting the data in, the water's flowing, here's where the leaks are, this is how we manage it, here's all the reports, and send out automatic operations to turn the valves on and off. Let's get that out very quickly. You also want to make sure that wherever your customer is, wherever your data is or your machinery, you can get to it. So it's not just that you want to connect to your cloud base or back to your platforms running in your data center. You want to be able to do that distributed. You want to be able to make sure that will still carry on processing and do what it needs when the power is out or there's no connection between the site and home base, so that it can run all of the analytics. It can do all of the automated decisions and everything like that on site, be that at the mine, in the factory, or wherever it may be. So being able to handle all devices, all types, all kinds of communication, both from the edge, at the cloud, and connected to your on-premise applications. Fully scalable, fully highly available, backed up, truly multi-tenant, fully white labelable, end-to-end security, and flexible deployment. From our sales point of view as well, backing that up, obviously we have a massive ecosystem of partners, alliances, system integrators, consortia, really covering all the bases, making sure that this is taken care of. If you yourself want to put your devices onto our platform, pre-certify them so that literally someone knows it'll be plug and play rather than them having to do those few minutes or hours of integration to your device. It can even be listed on a partner portal. And you can even create solutions and resell them through our platform. Offer them out around the country or to other countries through the solution exchange. Obviously, all of the technical stuff of that fully publicly available. All the documentation, all the code, everything is out there. So from a time to value point of view, it's really about stop holding yourself back. Build what you need really quickly, capitalize on that strategy, and start making money. Some of the examples I've already touched on. I'm going to go through these very quickly, just as I see we're running out of time. But one of our customers, air compressors, they would rent or sell air compressors through to their customers. But now, obviously, as a value add, they can monitor, they can manage, they can do predictive maintenance on those machines remotely. And end to end, to get that going, it took them 6 weeks across 16 brands to get that out into the market using our platform. So they offer fully uniquely branded to themselves, platform to the customers, so that they can sell on that value add on top of their already existing products that they were selling to market. Managing painting robots, doing a lot faster decision, detecting anomalies, and doing predictive maintenance. If you need to send a car back up the assembly line, that costs a lot of money. If you can pick that up in real time and adjust automatically and have that managed for you, that saves a massive amount of money and offers a lot of value. And the business case writes itself. Wind turbines. And the reason I show these different disparate use cases is to show that from a platform point of view, you can go all the way from a coffee machine to this incredibly gigantic machinery, thousands of them. Same platform, no problem, doesn't even break a sweat. Autonomous operation, fully managing and making sure you get the most efficient utilization out of that. Managing your fleet, monitoring your vehicles, or even checking your pollution emissions directly. Again, this is another one that took, I think, 6 weeks from idea to market. And then we have a lot of telcos using our platform, rebranded offering to their customers. Deutsche Telekom is an example. We have multitudes of them across the world. So you can offer the platform to your customers so that they can build their own solutions, or you can offer your own solutions to them directly. I mean, rapidly, just off inception, they immediately got 60 new customers because they could literally say, here's a platform, it does everything you need, test it out for yourself, prove the concept, get it up and running. And as I mentioned, from a turbine all the way down to a coffee machine, automated ordering to make sure that your customer is never running out of, that liquid that it keeps their entire organization running. And automatically, it just improves their supply chain and their deliveries. Through to millions of vehicles monitoring for, your insurance policies, crashes, claims, driver behavior, tracking. All of these things, same platform. So my other offer to you then is try it out for yourself. You can go on this incredibly long and complicated softwareag.cloud, and you can find, through the whole URL down to Cumulocity, or you can just go to cumulocity.com. It'll redirect you, and there you can try out for free. It'll automatically spin up a tenant for you. It'll send you the credentials. Try it out for a month. If you need any assistance, there's already a lot of examples and demos within there. And as I say, all the documentation, everything fully online. So whatever you need, you could literally have your use case, start today, have something going within the next month and be selling that on. And that's me. I think we have a few minutes for questions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Gareth. I knew that. I was excited that there was going to be a really good presentation. I think there are multiple avenues that can be explored to ensure that some of these use cases across verticals can be implemented. I think you mentioned think big, start small, move fast. I think it's just about getting started. I think people need to actually just start and think about where some of these applications can fit into their worlds. You touched on cost-effective IoT platforms, right? Mm-hmm. And that was fascinating. Now, that was interesting because there's a misconception that these IoT technologies are expensive, right? Now, in your view, right, from an African context, right, what does it take to actually get some of these? What's the journey that you have to go as a business to partner with someone to actually get a solution implemented, in your view? Tell us that.
So a very good question, especially in the African context. I think the most important thing is partnerships. You've got to have the people in the right place with the right knowledge on the ground. You also, from a device point of view, I mean, obviously, as you say, get started. The first thing is get the data flowing. How do you get the data flowing? You have devices. A customer may come to you and already have devices, or they may come to you and say, we have nothing. What can you do? So the partnerships are very important. Bringing in the right devices in the right place, in the right country, making sure they've got the support and then can get that up and going. And as you say, from a pricing point of view, knowing that they can start small, literally go through on a pay-as-you-go model to say, I'm going to start off with something that's going to be very cheap to get up and going. You know what? If it doesn't work out, so what? We lost a couple of bucks. But it has the potential that it can expand massively. And you know that both from a technology point of view and a pricing point of view, you know all your costs and abilities up front. So you know it has the scalability, it has the volume, it can span the different regions and everything like that. But it can also, you know exactly what you're going to be paying in advance. So it's not a case of you become a victim of your own success.
Yeah.
You can literally say, I'm going to start off, try it out with a few customers. If they like it and it gets ground, we see it's actually selling like hotcakes. It's not a case of, and this is one of the challenges I see with a lot of IoT solutions where people build it themselves. Initially, you build a solution to do one thing and for a certain size. And it works brilliantly. It's really good. It's great. I mean, there is no solution. I would not say anything in this space that is bad. Whether it's one Raspberry Pi or a billion devices,
yeah.
It's literally knowing that no matter what direction it goes in, you can move with it. You can move with it very quickly, and you know what it's going to cost and how long it's going to take. Because that's the problem. One of the biggest problems I see with a lot of these solutions that stall is they start off small and they stay small because they were built to be small and they were built to do one thing, and then that's where they stay. So
and that's interesting that you take. I mean, this is an Africa IoT summit to some degree, even though we have speakers from around the world. When your solution, is it mostly for the private sector or is it for the public sector as well? Have you had multiple discussions with both ends of the spectrum? Yeah. And how have you found dealings with the public sector when you're looking at dealing with governments in Africa to ensure that they're all chasing smart city status to some degree, right? Yeah. And in order to be considered as a smart city, you need to have some of the solutions that you are bringing to the fore, right? How have you found those engagements, and have you been successful across Africa?
So I think that's, as you say, it's more. So we have a lot of smart city engagements and customers around the world. From an African context, I think it's more driven from the private sector. Because I think one of the misconceptions and something we're trying to address is, as you say, IoT is seen as something costly, it's seen as something difficult, and then it comes down to, well, how are we going to pay for it? Who's going to fund it? And then typically that's a lot easier conversation with a business that's out to make money rather than an entity that's there to derive and deliver value for the citizens. At the end of the day, it's the same solution, it's the same devices, it's the same use cases, but trying to get in front of the right people to show them the business case, to say, this makes sense. Optimizing your trash collection or, stopping your water leakage is, while that might not be in theory in your mind a revenue making model, that's actually saving you a massive amount of money. I mean, water leakage alone around the world is a ridiculous cost waster.
Absolutely.
And that's the kind of thing, getting in front of the right people to say, look, here's the business case. I know that in theory you don't see yourself as a business, you see yourself more as a service delivery provider to the citizens, but you know what? Why spend billions when you could spend millions? Why spend millions when you can spend thousands? And that's funding itself.
Think big, start small, move fast. Ladies and gentlemen, Gareth Whitaker. There are a ton more questions, by the way. Unfortunately, we're out of time. At the end, we have that open forum, and I hope that you'll stick around. I've got some questions for you as well, and a few ideas. So hopefully we can bounce some off. And you mentioned, getting in front of the right people. You're in front of the right people right now. They have an entire audience that are on this forum, and I encourage you, delegates, reach out to Gareth Whitaker from Software AT to have a discussion. Okay.
Happen.
Great. Thanks, Gareth. That was fantastic. We're going to move on. I'll ask you to drop off. Ladies and gentlemen, if just a quick note, let me just check. Got tons of reminders on my phone. Don't forget to visit the exhibition stands. You'll also get a good feel of some of the IoT solutions out there. I forgot to mention that earlier on. And delegates using the network tables, you guys can go grab a seat and network with whomever you want to on those tables. So pop in there and say hello. Right. So we're going to move on to the next speaker. As I mentioned in the beginning, unfortunately, David Mason is not able to be here with us today, but he has set up a short video for us to all enjoy. David Mason is Drake Trace's Director of Enterprise Security. He has more than 2 decades of experience working in fast-moving security and intelligence environments in the UK, Canada, and various other parts of the world. With skills developed in the civilian, military, and diplomatic worlds, he knows what he's talking about and is extremely influential. at Drake Trace. David advises strategic customers across North America and also is a regular contributor to major international and national media outlets in Canada where he's based. Hopefully, he'll be able to do a bit more work with us here on the African continent. He holds a master's degree from Edinburgh University. He's not here, but we do have a video. Maya, do you have the video lined up?
Yes.
Awesome. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Masson, and I'm the Director of Enterprise Security here at Darktrace. It's my pleasure to talk to you today about IoT under attack, thwarting 0 days with cyber AI. First, allow me to say a little bit about Darktrace as a company. We were founded just over 7 years ago by mathematicians, and our HQ is in Cambridge, United Kingdom. As you can see from this slide, we're Europe's fastest growing cybersecurity company, and we were the first to market using artificial intelligence for comprehensive cybersecurity. Not only are we the creators of cyber AI, but we are also the pioneers of autonomous response technology. And as I speak to you at this moment, we're still the only company in the world that can actually do this. Now I'm going to talk about the evolving threat landscape. You can see lots of really scary headlines here on this slide. But what I really want to point out is there's an asymmetry growing between the attackers, the threat actors, and the defenders. Right now, defenders have quite a lot to defend, but what they're trying to defend is becoming increasingly complex for them. And that complexity was just compounded with the move to working from home last year. And now, not only is there a wider landscape to defend, but we've now got employees, equipment, and data spread right across your digital infrastructure. This is causing many problems for the defenders, in particular in terms of visibility. It is becoming increasingly difficult to actually see what is going on inside a network. Faced at the same time with an increasing threat, where threat actors are already carrying out far too many attacks, the quantity of attack is too great, but they're becoming increasingly sophisticated. And at the same time, many of these attacks are moving at machine speed. What is effectively happening is that security teams are becoming overwhelmed not only by their own business diversity, but by the scale, complexity, and speed of attacks that they face. And today we're talking about IoT, and if you look down at the very bottom of that slide, you'll see that IoT made the headlines just last week when Verkada had 150,000 security cameras hacked. And speaking of IoT devices, this is a statistic from a report that Forrester has put out this year. 1 trillion IoT devices are expected by 2025, and most security teams have zero visibility of them. I'll just repeat that, zero visibility of 1 trillion IoT devices. And where are these IoT devices? They're absolutely everywhere inside your digital infrastructure, and they will be everywhere inside your digital infrastructure. They're all around us, they're all around our homes and in our homes. And this just gives an example of the complexity of the defense problems that security teams face. It's very difficult to use or find security tools that are specific to IoT. And most IoT is rushed to market with profitability in mind, not security. Security is too often an afterthought in the manufacturing process. You cannot install an agent or software on IoT devices, and therefore most security tools are built around IoT devices. Legacy technologies such as firewalls can only protect against known attacks with these devices, and vulnerability scanners can only detect known exploits and misconfigurations. But as I think I alluded to, attackers are growing increasingly innovative and novel. And when it comes to launching IT attacks, the Verkada hack serves as the latest case in point. IT devices are too often a blind spot for organizations when it comes to security, and no human security team can now manually track and secure these new digital environments. The risk is inherent and must be managed by continuous monitoring and real-time response. That's why we're seeing a growing number of organizations around the world turning to artificial intelligence to not only detect, but autonomously respond to emerging attacks across dynamic environments. Based on a normal understanding of behaviors across a digital environment, artificial intelligence, AI, is crucial for detecting the known and the unknown and never before seen attacks when it comes to IoT. We know we cannot predict threats, and there's been a worrying rise in machine speed attacks. So how do we balance business innovation with achieving a cyber-secure workforce? By definition, security in 2021 must be able to deal with the unpredictable. It has to deal with how the world is, not how it should be. That means embracing the right technologies to secure and enable and protect the workforce. In embracing AI, we have been able to create a remedy in the form of an immune system for our business. Just as the human body has skin, our firewall as you like, you still need a digital immune system that will catch the attackers if and when they get in. When I'm out speaking with customers, we discuss how they use AI to guide them through this uncertain time. What continually comes out is how AI has helped them adapt to the new situations. Thankfully, AI is good at dealing with the uncertainties, and it can constantly recalculate. Darktrace's fundamentally new approach to security uses AI at its core. Instead of looking over your shoulder at historic attacks all the time, or if you prefer, looking in the rearview mirror while you're driving ahead, or second-guessing the attacker or your employees, self-learning AI learns the digital DNA of the business based on what it sees, looking inside the walls and understanding the activity. It's possible to spot deviations inside the environment that are indicative of a threat. And all this is done automatically, taking the brunt of security of both the workforce and the security team, but without disrupting employees from doing their jobs. From a CEO's perspective, AI is not just nice to have, but vital to keep a pulse on the business, providing visibility of all remote workforce and data. So despite the seemingly bad news, the good news is that there is a solution. We can look to organizations embracing these new technologies and adopt them ourselves as an imperative to protect the business and unique workforce. With business problems come business solutions. Taking on AI is an opportunity. And if organizations embrace this, then they bring innovation into their organizations and know that they are protected in doing so. This benefits not just the security team, but everyone from sales to HR and marketing. The whole dynamic workforce, working from their kitchen tables or bedrooms, can access technology in more convenient ways, all because you've secured your business using AI. Now that's AI to actually detect threat in real time, but we can use AI to provide autonomous response. In the way that the AI carries out its activities by understanding how you are, your understanding of self, of your organization, and your patterns of life, the autonomous response works because it can see changes to that pattern of life in real time. And what it will then do is stop that change to pattern of life, but it doesn't stop anything else. For example, if a printer suddenly starts developing a unique relationship with a very rare IP address in another country somewhere else that's 100% rare for your organization, autonomous response will stop that connection, but will actually enforce the normal pattern of life of the printer, which should be to print and scan. What we're talking about here is allowing machines to make decisions and take actions. But this is it's not only autonomous, but it's very surgical interruption of attacks. We're not talking about pulling the plug from the wall here. We're talking about leaving that plug in the wall, but stopping the change that has happened to the actual device or the subnet or the DNS server, or to enforce the pattern of life of behavior of a human being when it has suddenly changed. And by doing so, there is no impact on normal or legitimate activity. It's business as usual. It's business resilience. And how do we deliver it? We deliver it through our core technology, which you can see in the slide right in the middle, our immune system approach. And it produces two main engines. Up in the top left, you can see our enterprise immune system. And by the way, for those of you involved in OT, SCADA, and ICS, there's also the industrial immune system, same technology in the same way. This is how we actually detect threat using unsupervised machine learning in real time. And that unsupervised machine learning, that AI, also drives our anti-GINA. This is our autonomous response up on the top right side there, where we take those surgical and very precise actions to stop threat in real time. And using supervised machine learning, in the middle there, we also have our cyber AI analyst, where we've trained our AI to be just like the best analysts in the world, where we've automated now the investigative, the analytical, and the triage function of cyber analysts. And we're able to do this, as you can see at the bottom, right across your digital infrastructure. We can be everywhere and anywhere at the same time, or just in parts of your infrastructure. The immune system powers detection, investigation, and response. And of course, particularly relevant right now is the need to protect the workforce, your employees, because they're spread everywhere. They may be working from home, they might be come back in the office, and they might be a bit of both. And your infrastructure is likely changing to accommodate this new flexibility. You may be using cloud and SaaS applications, and probably you'll be moving to zero trust. Darktrace has client sensors that give you that visibility on and off the VPN. We also offer industry-leading SaaS security for Microsoft 365, Salesforce, and many other applications, as well as multi-cloud security for AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. We cover network security for on-premise networks and software-defined networks, which of course is great for uncovering lateral movement, insider threat, ransomware, and so on. And we offer cyber physical security like industrial control systems, SCADA, and IoT devices or plant floors. We're actually one of the largest providers of this, from smart cities to satellites, oil pipelines, and to shipping ports. Darktrace is uniquely strong in this area because it is agnostic to data source and can therefore learn that sense of self regardless of the environment it's actually working in. Now, cyber AI for IoT. Attackers are innovators. A connected world is their playground. In the news, we've seen a wide range of cases of IoT failure, and we just spoke recently about the recent Verkada hack and also attacks on things like children's toys. At Darktrace, we're in a privileged position. Being the first to apply AI to cybersecurity has enabled us to uncover some of the most weird and unthinkable attacks on these devices. In recent years, our AI has caught all kinds of attacks of shocking IoT threats, such as a compromised smart locker. I'm going to talk about that in greater depth in a moment. And in one case, we caught hackers trying to infiltrate an internet-connected CTV system. Again, I'll talk about that in a second. And we do all that to corporate espionage and gaining attacks where the attempt has been to gain highly classified information at a major global consultancy firm. Now, forget the traditional goal of direct financial gain. Video footage, in this case, is extremely valuable in the era of deepfakes and targeted social engineering. The reality is these seemingly insignificant Internet of Things devices are now entry points for a vast network intrusion and can be used to conduct espionage, create botnets, or mine cryptocurrency. Hacking these devices is too easy. I'm using simple misconfigurations, brute force login credentials, and generally exploiting Internet security by design. It is important to understand that preventative measures such as data encryption only gets you so far. In terms of ransomware, all they're going to do is encrypt what you've already encrypted. Hackers will always find new ways to get around preventative measures. IT communication can be extremely complex, and it is often between machines or devices. Understanding the normal flow of IoT data is not possible for humans to predefine. That's why AI is crucial for monitoring these data flows, understanding normal behavior and spotting emerging cyber attacks in real time. Not only that, AI is now thwarting them autonomously before damage is done to smart cities or individuals. Of course, to look at predictions, I would say the future is a multi-layered approach. Governments need to make it harder to bring in secure IoT to the market, and it has to be easier for consumers to recognize when an IoT device is cyber insecure. At the same time, organizations must adopt a zero trust policy with IoT and be empowered to stop the earliest signs of IoT compromise. Moving forward, cutting-edge technology like AI will be the de facto way to detect and stop attacks when they inevitably occur on IoT devices. I'm going to talk for a little bit now about Las Vegas, a smart city. And in recent years, it's become pretty much the prototypical smart city. As riders glide down the strip aboard the first completely autonomous shuttle ever deployed on the public roadway, they are unlikely to notice much trash on the sidewalk. That's because the city surveillance cameras stream to an AI service that directs cleanup crews towards concentrations of litter. And when rush hour approaches, its passengers can rest assured that an array of connected sensors all around the city are helping officials anticipate gridlock at busy intersections. But while smart infrastructure enables Las Vegas to achieve new heights of efficiency, conventional security tools are largely ill-equipped to defend the hybrid cloud and industrial networks that power this infrastructure. These diverse environments are increasingly attracting sophisticated cyber criminals who seek to disrupt public services and exfiltrate sensitive data. With a highly complex network to defend, the forward-thinking city of Las Vegas recognized the need for equally innovative cyber defenses. Local governments know that internet-connected infrastructure is often vulnerable to targeted online assaults, which continue to blur the line between digital and physical threats. Today's automated malware often strikes at machine speed, rendering city officials justifiably concerned that an attack, even one that breached just a single smart device, could move laterally to encrypt or hijack its entire network in minutes. The city's search for such an adaptive security solution led it to deploy Darktrace AI across its enterprise, cloud, and industrial networks. Powered by world-leading artificial intelligence, Darktrace immediately began to self-learn a unique pattern of life for each Las Vegas employee and device. Crucially, Darktrace AI does not predefine what constitutes a threat to the city. Rather, it detects the subtle behavioral anomalies associated with any attack, whether known or unknown. To fight back against automated attacks in real time, the city also deployed Darktrace Anti-Gina, our first cyber response tool, that autonomously neutralizes threats by taking intelligent surgical actions. Darktrace has already detected and responded to numerous attacks against the city of Las Vegas, including a targeted spear phishing campaign that bypassed the city's native email controls. The sophisticated attackers who had obtained the city's address book were emailing recipients alphabetically from A to Z, with ostensibly harmless emails that contained a malicious payload. Despite the well-disguised nature of this attack, Anti-Gina immediately flagged the domain linked in the emails as anomalous for Las Vegas's employees, an action only possible with the evolving understanding of self that Darktrace AI learns. Now, Anti-Gina was deployed at this time in passive mode, a starter mode that restricts the AI to communicating what it would have done in response to the threat without actually taking action. Interestingly enough, this served to demonstrate its ability to stop attacks that conventional tools miss. Whereas Darktrace detected the campaign at the letter A, the city's array of legacy tools finally woke up to the threat at the letter R. In active mode, Anti-Gina would have neutralized the attack before it reached a single user. Darktrace AI has fundamentally transformed the city's defensive posture, affording its leaders the confidence to adopt smart technologies and cloud services alike. I'm going to look at, as I said earlier, I'm going to talk about an infection on a CCTV camera. And recently, this is where we detected an attack targeting an internet-connected camera commonly used in CCTV surveillance. The attack is a variant of the Mirai malware, an old threat that is still used to target IoT devices. Mirai, now this was first discovered in 2016. What it does is it continually scans the internet for the IP addresses of vulnerable devices in the Internet of Things, and then turns these devices into bots that can be used as part of botnets for large-scale network attacks. By drawing on a bespoke, evolving understanding of what is normal for the network, Darktrace caught each stage in this attack's lifecycle. However, because this company was still conducting their 30-day proof of value, proof of concept, Anti-Gina was not in active mode, and the attack continued past the point of initial compromise. Had Anti-Gina been in active mode, the attack would not have advanced past the initial compromise. To go into greater depth, at the time of the initial breach, the specific botnet's infrastructure was not yet known to open source intelligence. Darktrace, however, detected an executable file download from a location not previously visited by the network. After the first anomalous exe download, another was downloaded approximately 20 minutes later. The malware then reached out to multiple IP addresses that were statistically rare for the network, 100% rare for the network. Specifically, the compromised device began transferring large amounts of data to an IP address in China. Now, folks, just remember, this is a CCTV camera. Darktrace, by leveraging machine learning algorithms in a protocol-agnostic capacity, analyzed this individual device's transfers within the context of a continuously evolving understanding of what is normal both for the device and for the wider organization. It was therefore able to immediately flag all of these transfers as unusual. This activity was fully investigated and reported on by our cyber AI analyst. The suspicious file download, the unusual repeated connections, and the unusual external data transfer are all presented as unexpected events that call for further investigation. The destination IP of this suspicious download was determined to have 100% hostname rarity relative to what is normal for the organization. Moreover, the hash of the file revealed that it was a well-known file related to the Mirai botnet. However, with no antivirus or other security defending the IoT camera, this had gone undetected. Interestingly, the client saw no indicators of this activity beyond a slightly sluggish network. This change in network activity was only explained after being identified by Darktrace. Once the client was promptly notified, the compromise was de-escalated, and discovering it was a DVR security camera, the client took the device offline. As this customer was still conducting their trial deployment, Anti-Gina was not in full autonomous mode. But as I've said before, had it been so, it would have responded with a two-tier action to prevent the device from communicating with a malicious endpoint, cutting the compromised connection before the attack had actually gained its foothold. And again, as I said earlier, I want to talk about this attack. It's one on a smart locker. Now, this is a smart locker at an amusement park in North America, where a threat actor attempted to steal sensitive customer data via a vulnerable IoT device, in this case, a smart locker, used by visitors to store personal belongings. As part of its default setting, the smart locker regularly established contact with the supplier's third-party online platform. The threat actor identified the source of this automated process and hijacked it to compromise the device. Data exfiltration is among the most common objectives of cyber criminals today, as stolen personal information and credentials can be sold in the dark web, used to commit identity theft, or leveraged to move laterally within a victim's network. Darktrace's AI spotted the attack shortly after the locker started sending an unusual quantity of encrypted data to an, again, rare external site. The connections were timed in accordance with the device's regular communication with the supplier's platform, suggesting this is one of these low and slow attacks specifically designed to evade rules-based security defenses. By continuously analyzing communications in relation to the locker's prior behavior, its pattern of life, and that of its peers, the pattern of life of everything else in the network, Darktrace's AI determined that an AI cyber response was required. Within seconds, Darktrace Antigena took action, intelligently blocking all outgoing connections from the compromised device, giving the security team enough time to remediate the threat and prevent any exfiltration. For this amusement park and others, Darktrace's cyber AI has neutralized countless low and slow attacks at an early stage. By learning on the job, the system spots subtle threats that other tools miss. It continuously revises its understanding in light of new evidence and generates autonomous actions that adapt to the threat as it unfolds. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to speaking to you again soon. Goodbye.
Fantastic. That was, I've lost my train of thought there for a second. I wasn't expecting the presentation to end so quickly. It was so engrossing. Thank you so much to David Mason from Darktrace. I noticed that we also have some colleagues from Darktrace with us. So if anyone would like to have a discussion with them, I think head over to the discussion tables and have a chat with them as well. If I can just find their names quickly, I think it's Christina and Xander. They're with us today. Welcome, guys. So there's a few questions. I think just a comment coming from Christina. It says, attackers are innovators. A connected world is their playground. In the news, we have seen a wide range of cases of IT failure, from the recent Vidaka attacks to attacks on children's toys. So I think we all know and understand that this is an area of concern. AI can detect threats. AI for autonomous response is what we heard from Mr. Mason today. Thank you so much for that presentation. I think we should move on. If anybody has any more questions, like I said, please pop over to the lobby or the network section and find someone to have a chat to. There's lots of people on this forum today. All right, so moving right along. Let me just switch my sound quickly without losing too much time. Sorry, Admire, I know you're not going to be happy with me, but right there. I'd like to present Marius Oosthuizen. Marius, is he on the forum? Let me just wait a second. Hold on, let's have a look. Give me a sec. Let me find out what is going on.
He'll be joining shortly.
He'll be joining shortly. Okay, great. So I'll introduce him in the meantime. Oh, there we go. Marius is. Hello, Marius. We have Marius back. Great. You're on mute. Famous last words of working. Yeah, good to see you too. Good to see you too, mate. Let me let's get on with it. Right, Marius Oosthuizen, right, futurist speaker and lecturer from the University of Pretoria's Gordon Institute of Business Science. Marius Oosthuizen is a faculty member at this institution. He teaches leadership, strategy, and ethics, and heads up the Future of Business project, which uses strategic foresight methods to explore the future of South Africa, Africa, and BRICS. So Marius is a previous participant of the Oxford Scenarios program at Saïd Business School, the University of Oxford in the UK. He holds a master's in strategic foresight from Regent University, Virginia Beach in the USA. And he's currently writing a PhD proposal on integrative public leadership and completing a master's in applied social and political ethics. You're a busy man, Marius, and I'm very grateful that you've managed to give us your time today. The floor is all yours. So.
Well, thank you for the introduction, and it's great to be with all of you today. I hope you've had a good session so far. And so I'm going to be talking to you about emerging technologies, really the evolution of the Internet of Things, and what we might expect in this post-COVID world as those technologies become more widespread. We're going to do that by taking a step back for a minute and talking about some of the key underlying technologies that are enabling all of this to happen, and then think a bit about the implications of that for business, for government, for people in different institutions and different positions. To do that, allow me to share my screen for a minute, and we'll get straight into the slideshow as we do that. There we go. That should come up on your screen shortly. And so to start us off, I wanted to share with you what I call the technological disruption cluster. So this really is an overview. It's a cluster of technologies that cumulatively are influencing each other. One of the key defining features of this technology age of the Internet of Things, of course, is the convergence between these technologies, that they're beginning to come together in ways that haven't been possible in the past. And so if you look at this model here, you'll notice that there are really three intersecting circles. On the top left, the embedded electronics side. On the top right, ubiquitous networks. On the bottom right, immersive interfaces. And so what we see is that the technologies driving these three clusters of embedded electronics, ubiquitous networks, and immersive interfaces are really converging to create the Internet of Things. And so on the left-hand side, things like ingestible devices. These might be microcomputers that a doctor might prescribe to do a scan of the inside of a human body. Things like sensors or memoristors. So memoristors are very tiny sensors that are able to store bits of information, bits of data. They're so tiny that they can be woven into the fabric of clothing. And so your smartwatch becomes a wearable device that's embedded in your clothing or in fact in your skin in certain conditions. Things like printed electronics, digital currencies, bot sourcing, all of those embedded electronics. With that, of course, the ubiquitous networks we know all about, 5G, the use of massive open online courses, MOOCs, Ouija, and other technologies that are making Wi-Fi a reality and connectedness a reality for everyone around us. And then the final one, immersive interfaces, the use of telepresence technology, virtual reality, augmented reality, that allow us to overlay the things we see in the technological domain, in the digital domain, onto the real world. Now, what begins to happen as these three domains of technology interact, they don't only produce the Internet of Things, which we're talking about today, but they allow things to happen that weren't possible previously. They begin to enable things like artificial intelligence, which is not AI in the narrow sense, such as machine learning or algorithmic computer programming, but really AI embedded in robotics, for instance. And this opens up a whole range of new possibilities. When you combine that with capabilities like machine learning, speech, and voice recognition or vision recognition, this takes us into the world of things like driverless cars, driverless drones, and so on. So what we want to do is look at some of the trends that emerge from these technologies. I'm sure you've looked at the application of these technologies in things like smart manufacturing, machine vision technology like a driverless car, automation and robotics that I've mentioned. But we also see these being integrated in things like safety sensors, where you have driverless vehicles speaking to other driverless vehicles, or autonomous robots in a warehousing context talking to other autonomous robots, right? So combined with this, things like intelligent materials, and then, of course, the integration of AI across the value chain of various industries. Now, from these technologies arise mega trends. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Marius. We can see your timer and your slide number. Do you want to just change the presentation mode so we don't lose the context of your presentation? Because we can see the time and the number and the slide number. So You try and change the presentation mode.
Let me see if I can change it, and then if it does work, I'll take a step back to make sure you see the right set of slides. What are you seeing now? Let me know what you're seeing now.
Perfect. Now you can keep going. That's perfect. Sorry. You can keep going, Maurice. That's perfect.
I'm not hearing any audio on my side. I'm not sure if you're muted.
So I'm saying it's all good now. You can continue.
Thank you very much. And so I assume that you're seeing the right slide. And so with that, let me continue. So there are really three mega trends that we want to emphasize that come from these technologies. The first is what we call a mega trend of hyperconnectivity and data abundance. And this is the world in which corporations, governments are moving towards digital online automation in general because of the connectivity and the data abundance that's enabled. But what flows from that trend is a trend around efficiency and massive productivity gains. And this is, of course, what makes the Internet of Things so interesting and so valuable, is the possibility of driving those efficiencies in various markets, in various business models, and getting the productivity gains. And that allows us then to build new business models that disrupt old ways of doing things. But there's a third trend, which I think in a post-COVID world is going to become even more important. And that's the question of what I call technotopias. And so in the world of futures and foresight where I work, we talk about two kinds of futures. The one is utopias, which are good futures, and the other one is dystopias, which are bad futures. And of course, these technologies enable us to unlock either utopias, which are futures that are better than the one we have, or dystopias, futures that are less ideal to the ones we have. And I'll give you one example. There was a case this morning of a very large tech company in the US, the CEO of that company announcing Fridays will be Zoom-free Fridays, right? Because the virtual fatigue that's been developed, the digital fatigue, is of such nature that people are building a emotional and cultural resistance to these technologies. And so there is a balance to be had in how we apply these technologies. And so let's work through some of the ways this is being used and think about those issues of efficiency and productivity as we proceed. Of course, we all know about automation in general, automation in manufacturing processes. And the key insight here is how the Internet of Things, as it connects different parts of the value chain, will allow us to unlock those efficiencies and that productivity, but to do so in a way that protects the precision with which we would like to see production processes happen. I'm sure all of you have seen on social media these kinds of videos of Boston Dynamics and other examples. But what we then see is beyond the automation of manufacturing, we see the transfer of that capability into autonomous machines. And this means that not only do we have productivity gains and efficiency gains, but we start to see the possibility of automating repetitive tasks that would require humans to behave in the same way over and over and over again, can then begin to be programmed into autonomous machines. Now, that's very positive, but it does potentially have a dark side. And so some of these technologies we're starting to see adopted by governments. For instance, we see large-scale surveillance in the context of smart cities. This is a city where your sewage system is connected with your policing system, which is connected to your water system. And so if you're a good citizen of that city, you might get good points and it might count in your favor in terms of your rates and taxes. But if you're a bad citizen, the police might arrest you on the basis of what the technology tells them. Now, China has up to now been a leader in this technology. Some parts of China, they use this for security, for surveillance, and of course for a social rating system. But there has been a case in the last month in the UK, in London in fact, where the police arrested an individual on the basis of what an artificial intelligence algorithm had said the individual had done, and using facial recognition, they were able to identify the person and track them down. And so as these technologies, the Internet of Things, expand, it raises questions about human rights, about human freedoms. It raises questions about privacy. And then, of course, in the long term, as we develop these technologies, not only can we use them in the private sector for business, but we can also use them in governments, not only in smart cities, but also in the context of security. And so you see here Russia having developed an autonomous tank. But what's interesting about this tank is not that it's similar to an autonomous drone, but in fact that it requires a much more simple form of technology. And so the use of low tech with the Internet of Things opens up possibilities for both good and bad. And then the final one, before I get to some closing reflections, is around the potential of synthetic biology. This is the realm in which we use the Internet of Things and digital technologies and smart technologies to integrate them into the human body. Now, you might say, well, this seems very far off. Just this morning, I was shared this tweet by Futurism magazine talking about this guy who wants to put the Internet of Things in your brain, right? So one of the founders of the Neuralink technology, working with Elon Musk, Max Hodak, talks about this idea of putting a device in the brain that then would stimulate the way the brain functions at a chemical level and create a much more pleasurable existence as a human being. And so as the technologies proliferate, it raises questions for us about what kind of company do we want to be, what kind of country do we want to be, what kind of society, and where do we want to take humanity in the process. Now, in the context of the post-COVID world, this is not without its challenges. If you think about issues like unemployment, systemic exclusion, particularly in a post-COVID world where economies are struggling, what you find, if you look at this model, is on the left-hand side, most of the citizens in a country like South Africa or a continent like Africa are still receiving a 19th century education, but they're trying to function from an employment point of view in a 20th century economy, which is at the top, but they're being confronted with 21st century technology. Now, if we allow these technologies to develop and we only use them to drive efficiency and productivity, what we'll do is we will actually worsen the systemic exclusion by deepening inequality, because we deepen inequality of access. And so we might see a future, a utopia, where the wealthy, the affluent, the owners of these technologies have the benefits, where my smart device in my body speaks to my artificial intelligence doctor and gives me early warning about the health outcomes of my current lifestyle, when at the same time, these technologies don't reach many parts of our society. And of course, what this does is it creates the risk that those inequalities become a destabilizing force in society. And so this is really where the problem lies, but it also is where the opportunity lies. Because for all those big systemic challenges like education, like food security, like health, these same technologies really offer the opportunity to unlock immense value. If you think about precision farming, micro farming, urban farming being used to harness the Internet of Things to grow abundance of food, that begins to address the food insecurity crisis. And similar examples are forthcoming in the health space, etc. And so I'll end with this thought, and then I'm happy to take some comments and questions, that as the Internet of Things emerges, and it's very likely that it will, it's very likely that we as humans will continue to build a cybernetic system around the world and even in space that connects our consciousness with one another's consciousness and connects our capabilities with the capabilities of machines. We will be confronted with the big picture challenges of our time, such as climate change, such as mass migration, such as energy insecurity, and I've spoken about inequality and health. And really, it's in that intersection between these challenges and these capabilities that the business models of the future lie. If I think about Africa in closing, Africa is a continent today with 1 billion people. By 2050, it will have roughly 2.5 billion people. Now, the question for the technologists is not really how do I digitize the health company of today, but how do I create the health company of tomorrow that uses technology to address the health requirements of 2.5 billion people? How do I unlock the food security or the energy security or the education development of 2.5 billion people on the continent using these technologies? It's a very exciting time to be alive, when these technologies are being developed, where we're seeing their abilities all around us. In fact, just talking to you today, holding in my hand is the smartest device in the history of mankind in terms of empowering an individual to communicate, to be entertained, to create content, to share content. The question for us is, what are we going to do with that technology? What are we going to do with that capability at the societal level? And I'll end with this. If I was a CEO of a corporation or a CEO of, or the executive in a government context, I think the key to unlocking this potential is not to start, in fact, with the technology, but in fact to start with the social and the societal problems that the technology can address, and then to build back the system that will address those issues. And if we do that, we unlock that great potential. It's been great to share with you for these few minutes. I'm going to stop sharing my slides for a moment, and then I'm happy to take some interactive discussion.
Brilliant. There's a lot of thumbs up, Marius, coming from the audience. So they obviously enjoyed your presentation. I think 3 mega trends, I have some notes here, right? Technotopias, that's fascinating, right? And I think it'll be good for you to try, and I think it's a broad topic, and I think you'll need to unpack it in a session later on. But I've got a question, right? That device that you're holding, that you say is the smartest device, 1, can I have one? 2, what is it called?
So this is a consumerist device, right? This is the iPhone 12. But of course, the key shift that's taken place that this particular device represents is we've moved from a world where technology enables us to do one thing. And so if I look at something as simple as a hammer is a technology. It's a technology that was developed somewhere in human evolution. And that technology was invented to do one thing. It didn't allow you to be terribly creative. Your creativity had to be outside of that technology. But what this device has now done, and there are many other like it, is through the integration of these capabilities, that device has given me the same power that the editor of CNN or Sky News has. And so social media, for instance, has turned all of us into a producer and into a publisher. And with that capacity comes immense potential to solve the kinds of problems that I've been talking about.
I only asked what phone you had because we couldn't see. I could see it, but I don't think the audience could see it. And I'm glad you're an iPhone user. No disrespect to any other devices out there. Synthetic biology. Now, my understanding of this field, it's a field of science that involves redesigning organisms for useful purposes by re-engineering them to have new abilities. Now, how do you give me as a consumer the sense of comfort that by sticking something in my arm or my brain, it's actually going to be beneficial? And I know you mentioned you touched on some benefits in the health sector, education sector, talking about inequalities, addressing inequality. How do you give me, the consumer, a sense of comfort that this stuff is not going to destroy me, but actually going to benefit me?
So it's interesting, Ishmael, that you asked that question. That's usually the question that comes up. It's the sort of fear, uncertainty, conservative question of how do you convince the consumer? But I wonder if that's not the wrong question, and I'll explain why. If you think about the history of technology being used inside the human body, think about things like breast implants, makeup implants, Botox, etc. Society has already shown that we are quite willing to take technology and put it inside the body to enhance something as frivolous as our appearance, right? There are more serious technologies like ear implants to help us hear, eye implants, heart implants. But I think from where I sit, the question is not how do we convince the consumer not to be scared? The question should be, how do we make the consumer reflect consciously about what we would want to do with technology inside our body? I think it's very likely that in our lifetime, we're going to see human enhancements of limbs, of our brain, of all our faculties. I don't know about the spirituality of being a human being and how technology will affect that. But I think the question is, what should be the limits of our use of technology? I think it's very likely that we're a bit like eagles or hawks. We like shiny things. So technology represents a shiny thing. I think we'll go after it in spite of the risk.
Marius Oosthuizen, ladies and gentlemen, futurist speaker and lecturer at the University of Pretoria's Gordon Institute of business science. Fascinating topic. Thank you very much, sir. I hope you'll be able to stay with us during the course of the day. Please do pop in delegates to the lobby and the networking area. I think Marius and the other delegates and other presenters will be in there to have a chat with you. Take a seat, ask some questions, connect, and learn a bit more. We're going to move on swiftly to our next presenter. Let me see who that is. Just quickly, I should actually know this off the top of my head, but not yet. Mark O'Keefe. Mark has Mark joined us? Is Mark there?
Yep, I'm here.
There he is.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Mark. Go on, mate. There we go. I'll just. I'm glad that you've joined us. So Mark O'Keefe is actually the co-founder and director of product at Paygo Energy. He works across Paygo Energy's hardware and software teams, ensuring that they develop the right products to meet the needs of consumers and in priority markets. Mark is the brain behind Paygo's operating model and the lead in development of its software platform. He has extensive experience in customer research, product development in emerging markets, which is perfect for Africa, if you can call Africa an emerging market. I've got a different view. But prior to launching Paygo, Mark led the research division at Synergy, a sanitation supply chain startup based in Nairobi, and he holds a master's and MSc, actually, in humanitarian studies from the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. Mark, welcome. Thanks for joining us. The floor is all yours, sir.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the invitation to speak today. I really appreciate the time. And yeah, I'm going to walk through what we're calling the IoT for SDGs and really talk a bit about how we see the impact of technology being able to solve some of the big development challenges that we see. So in terms of the contents of the presentation, we'll talk about SDG 7, which is access to energy and the clean cooking problem, why we believe IoT is a key part of the solution, and just a few insights in terms of what we've learned along the way, and then also where to reach us if you want to chat a bit more. So Paygo, as was mentioned on the introduction, we build IoT hardware and software solutions to help develop markets for LPG. The reason why we started the company is to really help crack the clean cooking problem. So nearly 3 billion people don't have access to clean energy, and not because people don't want to cook with clean energy, but because of the way that it's currently packaged in large amounts, it isn't accessible to people. So if you look throughout, whether you want to call them emerging markets or developing markets or the nomenclature there, what we see on the ground is that 2.6 billion people don't have access to clean cooking. 96% of them are in sub-Saharan Africa and developing Asia. The impact of this is very severe. Over 4 million people die per year due to cooking with dirty and unsafe fuels, and the majority of these are women and children who are primarily the cookers and caregivers in these households. So yeah, I mean, at Paygo Energy, we founded the company to really help solve this, and what we see is that LPG, liquid petroleum gas, is clean burning and abundantly available, but it's inaccessible to the mass market. So primarily what people tend to do is to purchase things in small amounts. So you can purchase kerosene, in a 500 milliliter bottle, $1/2, lasts a couple of days. You can buy a small bag of charcoal for $1, lasts a couple of days. But if you're looking to purchase LPG, really the smallest increment you can purchase is about $7.50, and that lasts about 40 days. So what we're seeing is that people have the purchasing power to buy clean fuels, but the way that clean fuels are currently packaged basically prevents people from purchasing them. So it's it obviously has a huge impact, and it's a really big market opportunity as well. Because if you think about 2 billion people that are currently spending money on dirty fuels, you flip them over to transition them over to using clean fuels, you've got a ready-made market opportunity there. So that was really kind of the emphasis behind starting Paygo. And what we see is that we're building technology at a time where, especially IoT technology, is really changing what's possible. So we're seeing obviously huge increases in access to mobile internet, 300 million people connected to mobile internet for the first time. IoT devices are becoming ubiquitous, which is also driving down the costs of particular components. And thirdly, as well, you've got digital payment ecosystem development. So in Kenya, where we first started out, what we see is that 29 million people now have access to mobile money accounts, nearly 60% of the adults. And 10 years ago, this just didn't exist. So while the problem remains the same, the solutions that we're seeing emerge to solve the problem are definitely riding this wave of access to the internet, really building on the kind of lowering cost of the IoT components and the digital ecosystems. So you can see in this picture here our device and also the mobile applications that we built. So in terms of specifically around IoT, what we see is that IoT can help overcome key barriers to accessibility of LPG. One is around efficiency. So at the moment, there's a complete lack of supply chain visibility, which creates operational waste and ultimately increases the price of LPG for the end consumer. And distributors themselves lose about 70% of their cylinder stock. As mentioned before, accessibility is a huge issue. So LPG is only sold by the cylinder, pricing the majority of consumers who can't afford to purchase it in bulk. Again, these are low income but not poor consumers. They are spending money on fuel, but they can't spend on clean fuel because it's not packaged correctly for them. So there's a real product market fit problem there, and results in nearly 85% of households cooking with charcoal, kerosene, and wood. And also in terms of customer experience, there's a real lack of connection to the end customer, well, the end user, which leads to really poor customer retention across the industry. On average, distributors retain about 25% of their customers because LPG is a commoditized product, whether I'm buying from the shop down the road or the shop up the street or whatever. As a customer, it's a poor experience, and there's no trust being built within it. So you lose your customers, you lose your cylinders, and you lose your revenue generating opportunities. But also, we've been going at this for 5 years now, building these types of combined hardware and software solution. It's never a walk in the park, and from original concept idea to the commercialization phase where we're in now. Implementing IoT solutions at scale is hard. I'm sure many of the presenters have spoken about this, and just want to kind of hone in on a few things that I think we've learned along the way, which is I think knowing the difference between who your customers and who your users are. Specifically in our case, where we're really the outcome that we're selling is to, in terms of our growth strategy, is to our B2B partners. But ultimately, there's an end user yet. So in terms of a product development, the concept development stage there, where you need to understand your customer and the buying decisions that they have within their particular company, and how do you pitch to the right people within that company. But ultimately, our product is being used in people's homes. So you've also got to understand the customers and their experience with cooking products as well. So understanding the supply chain, understanding the financial decision makers is one side, which obviously you work very closely with your commercial team with, but also in terms of the user experience, very different type of kind of research and concept development required that to make sure that all of these bits link together. I think another piece is that you can test a lot actually without any technology. I know we're presenting on IoT, but the first things that we started out with was really rooting out the kind of key assumptions within our business model. And that didn't involve any sophisticated IoT stuff. For us, it involved going to someone's house, putting a gas cylinder in their home, weighing it one day, and then coming back the next day, seeing how much gas they've used, and then charging them the difference. So I think, like, I love technology, I love building it, I love working with people in the technology space. I think what it's really kind of critical to think about is what type of technology you need at which point throughout your development cycle, and what are you trying to prove. And I think, yeah, that's the kind of part of the tension with working with like really skilled technical people. They're fantastic at building tech. I think oftentimes it's that productive conversations about what technology building at which point along your journey. I think on a practical level, connectivity is always an issue. So we use a 2G comms stack from a global SIM provider, and that's meant to have connectivity throughout the regions and cities in which we're working. But there are always local peculiarities, based on building types, building materials. So even within a particular area where you're meant to have good connectivity, you might not have. So then, do your operations change because you don't have connectivity? Do you look at different communication stacks? There's always this implementation between the theory and then the practice, and how do you get those insights as quickly as possible? Because obviously developing hardware is long lead time, so how do you get those insights as soon as possible within your development process, so you're not going back later on and trying to figure it out. As well, on a kind of practical basis, is phone specifications and credit. We have an NFC module in our device, so then you need an NFC phone. Do people have NFC enabled phones? Not many people do. Even with apps, you might be developing an app, and your coders and your developers might have good phones. What happens when you give them to agents that don't have the right or the similar phone specs? And also credit as well. Like a lot of what we rely on is agents, the assumption that people will have data on their phone, not just a phone. What you often see is that even if people have data, they might not turn it on. So even the kind of like the practicalities of that user experience, do you develop stuff for offline mode versus online? All of these need to be kind of thought out as much as possible. But obviously you can kind of think about and build stuff as much as you'd like, but ultimately you're still going to get kind of punched in the face at some point. I think knowing that kind of roller coaster ride is going to be also part of the process is useful. And I think specifically, like lastly, with teamwork and structure is key. So you've obviously got to have your North Star and your alignment, but your IoT product is going to cut across your commercial team, your operational teams, and even from the development, you've got the components inside of it. You've got your embedded software, you've got your connectivity piece, but like how does that connect to the cloud? How does that connect to your user applications? Like it spans every single department, at least it does in Paygo. So how do you have an organizational structure, which is obviously gives clarity and structure to people within your team, but also that you've got clear, cross-functional squads that can work on things together. So obviously having clear alignment, prioritization, again, what needs to be built at which point. And even like a practical budgeting perspective, like how do you budget for cross-functional projects and work with the finance team to make sure that you've got the right resources, you've got the right people in, you've got the right R&D budget for it. So there's a few of the things that we've learned along the way, and yeah, happy to chat more about it. This is us in terms of Paygo Energy providing for the next billion. Please look us up on the website, LinkedIn, and also feel free to shoot me an email as well. That's my email address there. I'm going to stop there.
Wonderful. Thanks, Mark. Let's see your face. Show the audience your face. You're just hiding behind the camera.
I'm hiding behind the camera. So I'm hiding behind 1 second there. So you might see that during lockdown my hair fell off.
There he is.
Compared to the picture, and I'm sitting in working remotely at the moment. So yeah, nice to see you.
Fantastic. It's nice to see you too again. You've obviously gone down the road, a hell of a journey, lots of lessons learnt. So kudos to you and your team. Most solutions provider, and this is more of a comment right from my end, I think most solution providers, they pick a path, pick their poison, for lack of a better phrase. It's either hardware or software, and you guys are doing both, right? So I think you touched on some of that stuff, and it seems to be working fine. One thing, though, that stood out for me, 2G comms in a 5G world. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. Do you want to just quickly touch on that before we let you go?
Yeah, definitely. And thanks for the question. I think In terms of the 2G aspect, what we wanted to do with the first generation of the meter development is really use off-the-shelf components that were, tried and tested, and so focus our innovation efforts really around like the business model, the service model, and getting that product to market as quickly as possible. So the decision was taken quite early on to basically use 2G. One, because we don't send a huge amount of data, and because we know that 2G network is available and standard within the markets that we're looking at. So that was a kind of early on decision. Obviously, you've got the kind of the 5Gs, so the low frequency radio connectivity pieces as well. So definitely within the next generation, we're going to be looking at different connectivity options as well.
Wonderful. Mark O'Keefe, co-founder and director of product at PayGo Energy, doing some fantastic work in Nairobi and hopefully for many African countries to come. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks very much for the opportunity. Have a good one.
Wonderful.
Cheers.
Thanks, Mark. You too. Ciao. Bye. And we move on quickly, just to inform the audience. Yes, Saram is on there. Hello, Saram. Great. Just to inform the audience, we are running behind schedule slightly. There's a lot of viewers on here, so I encourage you to just stay locked in. We've got some exciting presentations to come. And again, please visit the lobby and the networking room if you want to have some discussions, pick a seat and have a bit of a chinwag. So let's move on to our next presenters. I have Raj Ganti and Seram Vedam. Raj is the strategic accounts executive at Innerminds. He's responsible for serving the needs of Innerminds' key strategic accounts. And his role, he helps clients accelerate their digital transformation journey, helping them deploy a combination of connected devices, 5G, edge compute, AI and machine learning, and cloud platforms. Raj has worked with a range of global clients in the area of delivery, of digital delivery advisory, and across practical solutions and digital platforms. Seram is the Chief Marketing Officer at Innerminds. Seram has a full life cycle platform led by AI, and it's a specialist software product engineering service company that helps enterprises and ISVs unlock the power of digital, working to drive their digital next innovations and initiatives. Right? Seram brings 20 plus years of overall experience with a deep understanding of technologies, solutions, and IP-led software service offerings. He has redesigned, he's been recognized, shall I say, and awarded by the BBC Knowledge Series, CMO Asia, Marketing World Congress, and Enterprise IT All Writer from 2014 to 2019 for demonstrating impactful global marketing leadership consistently for the last 7 years, and is an external advisor with Bain & Co., one of the world's leading consulting firms. I think we all know who they are. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. I'll give you the stage and join you back later.
Sure. Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. We are humbled and honored to be here in this forum. Myself and Raj, on behalf of Innerminds, wish you all a good afternoon. Before I take off, just wanted to ensure if my slides are shared, are they coming up clearly? Can someone confirm? Okay. Am I audible at least, Raj?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Okay. Let me set the context of a few minutes, and then in the age where pretty much everything is connected, everything is driven by data and intelligence. It's a very interesting scenario to come and talk about some of these experiences that we have been having, and what can be more impactful is the fact that revolutionizing farms, revolutionizing agriculture, and transforming the future of ag tech with a little bit of technology that we know, I think we can also contribute a lot to this mankind. And that is what Innerminds specializes. We power the digital next by helping global companies build world-class software products, cutting-edge devices, and helping them really translate their business outcomes to the next level by understanding AI, data, and insights. In that sense, we are a device, apps, and analytics company. When we put all of that together, we come across as a product engineering company, and we kind of claim our expertise in helping companies leverage what we call a chip to cloud and cognition offering landscape. But more about that later. While I'm going to skip our introductions, we are a Silicon Valley headquartered product engineering company. We work with some of the world's largest ISVs, software product companies, global OEMs and ODMs of market repute, and some of the largest enterprises. And what do we do for them? We co-create software, we build great IoT devices and applications, and we sort of do enterprise application full cycle in terms of helping companies take advantage of cloud, SaaS, phenomenal user experience, and adding a layer of deeper cognitive analytics and quality. That's about us. Let me sort of take one step back, and then we are a platform-led company in the sense we embed our services with homegrown products and platforms that meaningfully accelerate a whole of this engineering excellence that we have packaged into our customers, which means in today's context, for example, if we work with a large OEM or an ODM to help them build a next generation device, or if we are looking to solve problems that can range from predictive modeling, soil precision, agriculture feed analysis, sensor-driven intelligent autonomous devices, or understanding and ensuring power of connectivity all the way from 3G to today's 5G. We've done all of that, and some of our platforms embed a lot of these experience that we have put together, and that is what Raj is going to talk about. With that as a context, right? So the area of focus for today's session is about our understanding of IoT engineering, connected devices, and how we have meaningfully charted a little bit of our path in terms of ensuring digital farming becomes a reality, right? So let me give some business connotation to that, and we believe we are reasonably qualified to speak about while we are here to learn from many other leading companies. Global technology analyst firms consistently have recognized us for our IoT thought leadership that's out there to look at. The reason why I'm sharing this is leading analysts today are looking at specific design house capabilities, specialized companies who are thought leaders so that ag tech becomes technology driven and transformative. In that sense, 451, ISG, Avcent have consistently looked at our credibilities in terms of how we have helped some of our customers, and that is what we are here to do. I leave the stage with an interesting slide I thought that all of us would be able to appreciate. As the global population throttles around reaching 10 billion mark, I think the consistent demand in having agriculture, feed, and farm, everything to be smarter, intelligent, and of course organic, is going to be much more challenging. But there is a way to get there if the confluence of latest technologies are applied, and so that the efficiency factor significantly grows up, right? We are not in a position to talk about things which we can't control, but we are definitely in a position to see as engineers how can technology come into play to help this problem that is superlative to mankind. Doesn't matter which nation are we dialing from, right? So some of the statistics were very staggering. 45% of tractors and agriculture equipment by 2025 would have an IoT embedded sensor. That's what IDC says. But the reason that is exciting is it reduces the probability of wrong fertilizers by 80%. That's very important for us, as we all would appreciate the fact precision agriculture is going to be an explosive market. Overall, AI investments in agriculture is topping billions of dollars. So with that as the business context, with that as a technology context, with that as a little bit of our engineering context, let me welcome Raj on behalf of InnoMinds to sort of share some of our experiences, insights. And Raj would talk about a little bit of digital farming technologies, some of the connected device paradigms that we are seeing, and how a confluence of these digital next technologies are being applied to deliver substantial outcomes. Raj, over to you.
Thank you, Sairam. Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate the opportunity to chat with you. I think our experience in digital farming has evolved over the last 4 or 5 years. I think we saw digital transformation in industrial few years ago, and I think that's taken on significant steam, and we're seeing, I think, every company go through some, significant investments in technology in the digital transformation landscape. Ag tech or digital agriculture is no different. We've had the opportunity to work with companies, very innovative startups that were looking to build soil sensors. These are, analog and digital sensors that look at humidity, that look at soil, basically fertility in the soil, nutrients in the soil, and temperature monitoring. Simple sensors that can relay small amounts of data back into the cloud. And then a lot of the data scientists, a lot of the folks in large enterprises looking at farming at scale, I think have made use of synthesizing all of this data, to do different things. I think sometimes it's when to water, sometimes it's what fertilizer to add, how to reduce pesticide. And so those are from the sensor sort of very small compute nodes that we've built. All of this, of course, needs to be aggregated into a gateway and then sent up into the cloud. All of our experience has been around technology enablement in large sort of farming areas. I think Africa, is the breadbasket of the world, and increasingly there's significant investments being, sent into Africa for digital farming. Sairam, can we move into the next slide? Yeah. So some of the sensors, then there's computer vision, much like surveillance cameras that we're beginning to see. I think there's a lot of vision technology that's being deployed in large farms and agriculture. Drones, particularly, or unmanned or UAVs, not just line of sight, but significantly beyond line of sight drones that are being used for tracking, for pest control, for changes in patterns. So a lot of visual video feeds and content is being sent back into the cloud. The small sensors I talked about. We're also seeing a lot of investments going to connected tractors, autonomous tractors. I think many of you know of companies like Trimble, Caterpillar, CNH Industrial. I think a lot of them already have autonomous tractors, and we're leveraging GPS and GNSS and satellites and positioning technology to essentially create route plans and grids for large farms, and then from the cloud push a policy or push a route to these tractors, so they can go predictably in a deterministic manner. The tractors can go around the field and plow the field with various sort of tooling and implements. And also these tractors are fairly large capital equipments, and so there's a lot of telemetry data. There's also some prescriptive and predictive analytics in terms of the tractor health, oil changes and all of that, to improve the asset utilization and asset life. So our customers are traditionally these large ag tech players that are looking for partners or vendors that can synthesize, system integrate, all the way from sensors, deploying the sensors in the field, collecting condition data via gateways, leveraging AWS IoT like a Greengrass Core or Azure IoT, IoT Hub using some asynchronous messaging on the gateways, and ship that structured or unstructured data, both visual and sensorial data, into the cloud. Once this data is in the cloud, there's the expectation that we create data lakes and data marts and present this data to a number of analytics processes. These could be deep learning algorithms, these could be machine learning algorithms, which take all of this clean data prepared and hosted in the data lake, and then run all kinds of algorithms to determine, some insights into where they should be watering more, what kind of fertilizer and pesticide to be applying to their specific area. So there's a lot of that kind of analytics that's being driven with the raw data that's being sent into the cloud. So some use cases that we're seeing for variable fertilizing, we're beginning to look at fertilization map, for harvesting, some yield maps, with GPS, geofencing and figuring out the field borders and mapping the grids in the farms, variable planting. So these are some use cases that we have enabled with some edge technology, cloud platforms, and then some visualization and analytics tools that we've either built by ourselves or leverage public cloud infrastructure such as Amazon or Azure to host these applications.
Should I move to the next one?
Yes, please. All right. So yeah, I think in some sense, we our sort of maturity in industrial IoT, a lot of the technology that we've been using there, we're trying to bring into digital agriculture. So some use cases that we've been successfully able to help a few customers resolve. When do you sow? Right? What are the optimal conditions? And this is based on synthesizing geospatial dimension data and harvest timing. When do you harvest? So all of this, I think, by country, by region, by geography, there's so much public data available. There's also a lot of sensorial data coming in, the ability to synthesize this data and extract that insight and deliver it back to the farmer, either through a mobile app or through an exchange, for these farmers to essentially, make the right decisions on yields. And in some cases, we've also tied this to commodity exchanges. So all of this farming insights and data are tied into commodity exchanges. So basically, the whole supply chain, from the farmer into the commodity exchange, that 360-degree view and digital transformation, we've been able to help a few customers. So at the end of the day, we're good at putting together sensors, the cloud, and analytics, and a lot of the smarts, I think, that we learned in industrial IoT or smart factory or connected factory. I think the principles and concepts remain the same. So we've this adjacent market, which is digital agri, that's how we've been able to help our customers. So some of the components that we've built, and these are deployed in a variety of customers in a number of geographies. So these are sensors, and these are very tiny coin cell battery operated sensors. So these are basically, you just deploy them in the field, and they use LP WAN. This is low power WAN. You could use LoRa, we could use NB-IoT, we've used BLE, mesh sensors in some places. But the conceptually, this is a very small footprint battery operated sensor, lasts about 6 months to a year in some cases, and inexpensive. So these sensors in larger volumes today, we're building them for about 50 cents to $1, depending on the combination of condition monitors that you want in the sensor. So that's the sensor, and all of the sensor data gets aggregated. So these are gateways, and these are gateways where the northbound interfaces, which is the cloud interfaces, are mostly cellular. So this range is from 2G, 3G, 4G, and increasingly 5G. So this is an aggregator of sorts. All your sensorial data comes into the gateway, and the gateway transmits this data. On the southbound interfaces, which is interfaces with talk to the sensors, it's usually BLE mesh. It could be LoRa WAN, again, very inexpensive radio interfaces, ability to do power management and a deterministic sort of battery discharge to ensure that these sensors stay in the ground and stay powered up for up to a year. Some other interesting devices, these are drones or UAVs. This is another way of monitoring farms, large acreage. So these are basically, very small form factor drones, battery charges. On a single charge, you get about an hour of flying time on these devices. So stereo cameras, depth sensing cameras, obstacle detection. These are smart drones, and fundamentally you can run some edge intelligence and inferencing algorithms on them. And so, you can look for pests, you can look for any damage or any lack of moisture or water to specific areas of the farm. And you can, all of these, you can plan the route and, download the route into the UAVs, and they take off and they go in some very deterministic patterns across your farm. Then the last one is basically where autonomous navigation, and again, this is technology that has been borrowed from indoor navigation or industrial robots and forklifts, smart forklifts, connected forklifts in Industry 4.0 scenarios. So the same technology that's driving, AGVs, autonomous guided vehicles in indoors and in factories, we've taken the same technology and we're retrofitting that technology. It's a combination of, GPS position readers, essentially high accuracy GPS positioning, beaconing devices, if you will, and cellular, and so these connect into tractors via CAN buses and CAN controllers. Again, everything that you expect in autonomous vehicles, from passenger cars to smart forklifts, this technology exists. So we've tried to reduce the price points of this technology and to bring it into small and mid-sized tractors. So a lot of our new business, has been around the Mahindra and Mahindras and the smaller tractor companies that are, embedding more technology, for the small to mid-sized farmer. I think the large farms, the industrial farms, this technology already exists and it's significantly expensive. So we're trying to, reduce the price points to bring this technology into the smaller landscape of tractors, in emerging markets. I'm not sure how much time we have. but yeah, these are, we'd be happy to if there are some questions, we can take some questions.
Yeah, I think anyway, Raj, you covered pretty much everything that you wanted to. In summary, gentlemen and ladies all over this is what we wanted to sort of share. Some of the customers that we've been helping improving the accuracy of soil maps or suggestions for farmers in farm management decisions or real-time soil nutrient maps. These are also the paradigm shifts that we are seeing as a company. We believe ag tech is the future. Digital driven, IoT driven, device driven, intelligence driven ag tech will be the center bed of future agriculture. With that, we sort of conclude our presentation. We'll be very happy to answer any questions, and we'll glad to look at your inputs and suggestions as well. Okay.
Wonderful. Just give me a second. Sorry. Reconnect my speaker. Can you?
Yeah, we can hear you, Ish.
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Chip to cloud, AG tech trends. I think the 45% of tractors with sensors is a phenomenal metric. I think that's something that raised a lot of eyebrows. And you've been successful at large scale implementation. And I was really encouraged by Raj when he mentioned, and my question was actually going to be, how are you going to take this to the smaller farmers, right? And I think you mentioned that you were drastically reducing, well, not drastically, but attempting to reduce the cost. What is that delta going to look like for you as a business if you do that?
We unfortunately are not providing this as a service each. We're basically technology suppliers. And then, there are platform companies that are essentially taking this technology and then offering it to small farmers, as a ARR or a monthly recurring revenue. And so it's a managed service. So they take our drones, they take our gateways and sensors, they take our cloud platform, white label the whole thing, and then, they're pure play digital ag tech companies. We're not an ag tech company, we're a digital transformation company. So our aspiration is to reduce significantly the cost of sensors, the gateways, and of course the components, from a GPS and satellite imagery components to bring it down into the hands of the small farmer. And that's where a lot of our R&D is, how do we reduce the computing complexity at the edge so that it's affordable, for farmers. And there's a new breed of silicon companies. There's a new breed of edge intelligence companies that are coming in. And so that's where we're seeing, enormous benefits in pricing.
So
go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Just to add to Raj, so what we do is, if there are active companies around, if there are enterprises looking to implement ag tech, we can help them engineer, we can help them refactor, we can help architect and help them really achieve those outcomes. And we've done that. That's what we are very good at, right?
Delivering data through an exchange or a mobile, which experience is better for the user?
Through the mobile. I think what we've learned in emerging markets, India particularly, where we grew up in, and most of us have some ties to farming even today. I think mobile first and experiencing the internet through the mobile is a phenomenon you'll see in emerging countries only, and I don't believe Africa is any exception. I think people are really good at using applications. People are using, digital currency, this whole cashless society. So farmers are pretty informed now. And so delivering this experience on the mobile is where we think it's heading.
Tremendously relevant topic. And you mentioned India and Africa have very similar traits from a farming perspective. So I think there's a lot of viewers or the audience, delegates, shall I say, who have been fascinated by your presentation. Gentlemen, you have a lot of likes coming up on the screen as well. So thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Siren Benham, and Raj Gandhi from Inner Minds telling you about how you can improve your farming using IoT. And we look forward to hearing from you. If you want to hear from them again, hopefully they'll stick around and you can jump onto the into the what do you call it, the lobby and the network room, and you can continue the conversation there. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much, and you've been a phenomenal host, and this is a great event. Wishing good luck for everyone. We're going to learn from all of them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're very kind. Cheerio. Bye-bye for now. Okay, great. We're going to swiftly move on in the essence of time. Once again, I urge you to stay locked in. Ladies and gentlemen, there are some phenomenal speakers to come, and we are nearing the end. But with that said, I'd like to find out if Wayne. Where's Wayne? Has Wayne joined us yet? Where are you, Wayne? I don't see Wayne yet. While we wait for Wayne, I urge you to grab if I'm assuming that you're all working from home, or if you're in the office, grab a cup of coffee, grab some water. We're going to go to the end to ensure that every delegate and every speaker has the opportunity to present to you fine delegates who've joined us today. Just to give you a few stats from a viewership perspective, I think on average there's been about 150 odd people listening in or watching each presentation. There are about 207 odd delegates currently within the platform itself, whether you're in the conference room, the lobby, or in the networking area. So I'm hoping that you guys are all, interacting, sharing, and understanding what IoT can do for you, and who you can partner with. And Wayne is here. Hi, Wayne. How are you?
Hey, Ishmael. I'm well, thank you. How are you doing?
Very well, thanks. Very well, thanks. Let's get straight into it. I think everyone is waiting with bated breath. Wayne Yannicka is the head of information technology at Caprisa, right? Center of the AIDS program of research in South Africa. He's at the helm of rigorous IT program development, implementation, management, and leadership at Caprisa, and extensive IT systems that ensures the invaluable data for clinical trials and 24-hour communication network is at the edge, cutting edge of technology to meet the demands of Caprisa's global partners in the United States, Europe, Asia, and of course, the African continent. Equally, he's responsible for the integration of accessibility of IT systems in source-constrained settings in rural sites where clinics are located, and plays an advisory and mentorship role to research partners in Zambia, the Republic of South Africa, and USA. Part of Wayne's strategic goal is in digital alignment is enhancing the organization's capabilities using mHealth to transform the way clinical research trials are conducted, harnessing the power of mobile technology with agile development to ensure quicker turnaround of development requests in his team. I mean, Wayne, it's a combination of solutions, isn't it? From telemetry, IoT, web responsive apps, telematics, and virtual support platforms. I mean, you use all this to create live data dashboards of samples and transit, retention and care, and virtual status for all participants. I'm sure we'll hear more from you. You are here, so I will pass the floor on to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ishmael. Appreciate
Sure.
it. Okay, so while we get our screen up and loading, so thank you so much. I'm Wayne Yannicka, head of IT of Caprisa, and I would like to just take the opportunity today to discuss how COVID-19 has changed the research agenda in our setting in healthcare. So Caprisa conducts research in the following scientific programs: HIV pathogenesis and vaccines, prevention and epidemiology, HIV and TB treatments. And COVID-19 has been a blessing and curse for many, but for us in healthcare, it's been quite an interesting time. And what we found is through the Industrial Revolution, it's helped us change and evolve the way we conduct our standard clinical research on a daily basis. And when we started this process of talking digital transformation, the first immediate thing we came up against was the robot versus me, and its mindset versus reality is always a challenge when we need to enhance and embrace what we're doing. And what we found immediately was our user base was scared. They were afraid to embrace it. There was the typical thing we saw back in the open source days when open source became more of reality, which was fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So what we had to do as an IT team was take a step back from trying to force transformation onto users and introduce it through a variety of ways like workshops and other tools. So what we did was we introduced hours of code for our departments, and that was from finance to lab, clinicians, healthcare workers, cleaners and drivers. And what we found was through the use of Power Apps and other tools which use no code, they were able to build tools that essentially change the way they work, minimizing the amount of human hours and effort required on a day-to-day basis. And we did a lot of this through the fishbowl sessions, which was innovation, no technical jargon, no shoot down on ideas. Every idea was important. So let's talk some cool stuff what Caprice is working with. We use an IoT device called WisePull. WisePull is manufactured in country by a crowd in Cape Town, and Caprice uses it in our TB prevention program to actively track when participants take their medication. But not only track them, but also trigger notification alerts when the doses are missed. And this is done by SMS or email to our teams of clinicians or healthcare professionals who are then able to monitor and follow up with the tool with the patients as to why they have missed their dosage. We've since had to incorporate a lot of BI dashboards and chatbots to track drug adherence from our patients through the WisePull device and back to our clinicians. And again, COVID-19 has been an excellent example of where IoT plays a major role. With COVID came new challenges. We currently use the Abbott M2000 machine, which does our PCR test. That is the test which is used to conduct the physical COVID-19 test. So when you go for a swab, your swab comes into a lab, and the chances are it will be conducted on an assay on the Abbott M2000. The situation we found was prior to COVID, a lot of time was spent on the instrument manually. Our lab technicians would manually load the instruments one by one with every single sample and go through a process of loading every single sample through it. That is massively time consuming. That would consume easily 3 to 4 hours of a day. Solution, as we've now discovered through COVID-19, has meant that we needed to find a way to automate loading these test kits using the robotic arms built in on the machine, indicated on the red, left, and right-hand side. These robotic arms would pick up the sample trays, load them into the machine, but at the same time use the online scanning tools, which would then load and log the samples into our lab management software, as well as automatically push the results through to the lab management software for verification by our lab technicians. Another innovation which COVID forced on us, it forced us to change. And again, it's a case of the robot has now taken my job. No, not really. It now means I've got 4 lab technicians who are able to do other work while the machine is automating and doing all of it itself. Situations that COVID-19 has created in our research environment. South Africa had a remarkable success in management of HIV and tuberculosis in the past 10 years, but the gains of this were threatened by COVID-19. I read a few days ago that millions of patients have been lost to care through COVID-19. Lots of patients are scared. We see it in our clinical settings. They're scared to come in because they are scared of COVID-19. They are lost in care and they're not finding their way back into the healthcare solution. So whilst we feel we're still winning the race, we're actually losing our patients through COVID-19. So again, it sent us back to the drawing board, and through all my slides, I've created a situation and a solution. So solutions we looked at. What is the alternatives to directly observed therapy? Direct observed therapy is where our clinicians sit and watch and do pill counts and ensure that their patients are taking their therapy, which will lead to improved treatment literacy through patient engagement. The same in HIV. What we needed to do is find a way to get home delivery of chronic medication and test kits to ensure stable patients and lower CD4 counts. One of the solutions which we've come up with is video observed therapy. So through the use of VOT, video observed therapy, we are now able to link and retain these patients in care by observing them through the consumption of their medication using video on their mobile devices. We're at the same time able to do a geolocation as well as a 3-point visual check through the video to ensure that the patient has taken their medication. And now we're starting to actively look at other ways we can start harnessing this data, like their geozones that they are in. We're also looking at how we can get lab results to them through their mobile devices and improve their therapeutic outcomes. the data trade-off of this is IT became involved in this project and started looking at existing projects where we could use high-density geospatial mapping in peri-urban areas and introducing GPS telemetry, air quality, participant proximity, as well as other manufacturing concerns or anything that would potentially create some sort of negative effect on a patient, and putting all of this into a randomized controlled study. By overlaying all this data using geospatial algorithms, we're able to determine other factors that were at play which could risk TB infection rates. This project was designed by IT using the Garmin eTrack system, IoT weather station, and lots of big data analytics from various sources. So why did we do this? The purpose of this was to create novel pathways for deploying digital technology to improve adherence in TB treatment regimes. The primary objective of VOT would be to create an application with machine learning, artificial intelligence, and other capabilities to replace direct observed therapy. Direct observed therapy, as we know, means healthcare workers have to physically go and observe their patients. Through COVID-19, healthcare workers were redistributed back into the hospital and clinical settings. Hence, we saw a major loss of our patients. So through this, we created a model which allowed us to use machine learning and video to work out whether our patients were adhering to their treatment regimes. The secondary objective we're now looking at is the emotional state of the patient, and what we're trying to understand is there emotional markers that would determine treatment failure or treatment fatigue, or even better, drug fatigue. When we start seeing patients present certain markers, would that, like unhappiness, sorrow, disgust, would those markers start to create a model that will tell us whether patients would experience treatment fatigue? This project is still currently under ethical clearance, and we're hoping we'll get clearance on it soon. Some of the other stuff we needed to do, our assets, mainly our samples. We needed a way to successfully track and work up every single sample across the whole of the Tekwini district or our remote clinics, and we needed to work out where they were, what temperatures are they being stored at their current time in transit, as well as our entire cold chain of that sample. We did this because we knew that through COVID, we would have an increase in samples, we'd have an increase in workload in our labs, and we needed a way to better plan and monitor our labs. We also needed a way to get data off our systems a lot faster in order to make accurate decisions based on those samples that we're receiving. So what we've done is we've built a little GPS telemetry device which measures GPS and temperature of the cooler box in transit at any given time at any place across its cold chain distribution. This also allows us to manage the chain of custody of all these devices out there to ensure that we are able to 100% comply with every regulation that is required in terms of our SOPs as well as SANAB's accreditation. This also allows us to track everything using blockchain and has completely replaced the old paper system. We now use end-to-end integration with our samples being able to be tracked as well as being logged immediately into our LIMS system, which reduces human errors, ensures that we meet our SLAs and KPIs in terms of those sample processing times, but more importantly, it gives us a complete holistic view of chain of evidence with temperature controls, as well as various other factors like vibrations on the samples during transit. All of this information means that we can now centralize it into our lab, and the lab is able to better prepare their time as well as the lab benches to ensure that we are able to work faster and produce more sample outcomes in a more strategic way. So now that we've discussed some of the cool stuff, some of the thoughts we've had to go through in our business in part of our transformation exercise. And one of the questions we keep asking ourselves is, when does the D-level officer replace the C-level officer? We traditionally know our CIO. We're now looking at CDOs, or digital transformation officers. We're going to start very soon hearing about digital finance officers, digital accounting officers. Because the world is going digital, we now need to start focusing on what digital actually means in our environments. So some of the stuff that we're looking at is, how do we transform our business processes? How do we change our customer-facing solutions? How do we become digital using new business models, but without breaking our legacy reputation on good clinical practice? How do we optimize the digital experience? What systems of engagement do we need to do? And what way do we decentralize IT to become more accessible to the business? In my view, digital transformation is happening around us and sometimes happening without us. So we've created a building block strategy for our transformation exercise. And part of our strategy at Block 1 is strategic leadership and governance. Once you get those models and frameworks in play, very soon you'll start to realize the true potential of IoT, telemetry, as well as all this other cool technology that we talk about. At the moment, everybody's talking about the cloud. We're thinking beyond the cloud. How do we change the way a patient engages healthcare? And we're hoping some of these strategic ways we come up with will change government regulations and policies in terms of healthcare delivery in the public sector. NHI is a reality, it's happening. But how do we start adding all of these models that we're looking at into our NHI process to ensure that it creates a better outcome for South Africa? Communication infrastructure and common platforms, these are the things we deal with on a daily basis. But how do we enhance it so that everything is now interoperable? But more importantly, how do we create partnerships between our staff, our users, our collaborating partners, as well as government, and more importantly, partnership between us and our patients. Our patients are hungry for this digital tech. They want to own their patient data. They want to own their patient experience, and it's up to us to ensure that we build the correct blocks to give them those capabilities. But more importantly, how do we create the adequate financing models in the business to start changing the way we work? I'd like to just thank Admire as well as Ishmael for this opportunity to present, as well as the sponsors. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you. Can you hear me, Wayne?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Look, that's some cool stuff. Robotic arms, chatbots, my language. I love that stuff. And your building blocks for growth they just make sense, right? So I hope when we do share this presentation with our audience that they'll take that into consideration and actually look at it, because I actually want to have a look myself. It makes perfect sense. 2 questions, and I'll ask you to answer these really quickly because I know we're running out of time, right? In your world, when you talk about robotic arms and all the wonderful stuff to track and trace, skills transfer, right? How does skills transfer work in your world? Is it something you guys look at? Because people always worry about, IoT, tech's going to take away our jobs. What is it like in your world?
Somebody's still got to teach the machine. That's what it's like in our world. At the end of the day, we put in all this wonderful technology from an IT perspective, but we've immediately realized that IT only knows IT. We don't actually understand the full complements of the business. So in the instance of robotic arms in the lab, we had to work with lab engineers in order to ensure that the correct samples were going into the correct placements on the machine. And they assisted us in programming the machine. But very soon we worked out that, hang on a second, these lab engineers are actually IT fullies on their own. And now they were running on their own. We have
Sorry about that. We were rudely interrupted, but that's okay. And thank you for that. Thank you for that answer. One more question, if you can answer this really quickly as well, and I think it's relevant. We're in COVID, right? In terms of the vaccine, are you guys involved in the distribution, tracking, tracing, and individual inoculation of the what do we call it? Not the antidote. I've lost the word. You know what I mean, right? Are you guys involved?
So yes, Caprice is involved, and we assist as part of our give back to government. The project is currently run under the Ensemble study, and the sub-arm of that is called the Sisonke study. So Sisonke is dealing with the vaccination of all healthcare and frontline workers, and that has been run across the entire country through mass distribution of the vaccine using private and public. And again, it's a perfect example of why the NHI can work, because here we've seen collaboration between private and public, NGOs as well, distributing the vaccine and ensuring that it is going to the right people at the right time, including the tracking using technology called EVDS, which was built through a partnership of all role players in the Sisonke project, as well as the Department of Health.
Vaccine, that's the word that eluded me earlier. Wayne Janica, Head of Information Technology at Capricia. You're doing some phenomenal work in healthcare. Mate, I wish you all the success. I'm sure everyone is looking forward to having a chat with you in the networking area or in the lobby. Pick a seat. I will certainly reach out. I have a few questions myself. Thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure. Wayne Janica, everyone.
Take care.
Take care. Bye. Right. Awesome. We're going to move on really quickly. We've got Lawrence. Lawrence, hello. Welcome, sir. You're on mute. Famous last words. I think we're all working from home.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clearly. Thank you so much. I love the red matching earphones and the red t-shirt. That's brilliant. It means that this presentation is going to go very nicely indeed. I'll introduce you very quickly, sir, if you don't mind. I'll ask you to please mute yourself in the interim. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Lawrence Boyer. He's the Director of Smart City Program. Can I ask you to mute yourself, sir, if you don't mind? Thank you, Lawrence. Sorry, there's some feedback in the background. Lawrence Boyer, Director of Smart City Program, City of Johannesburg. Lawrence is the Director in the City of Johannesburg, heading the Smart City Office, which is responsible for providing leadership, coordination, and program management for the Smart City of Joburg, the COJ. He has over 2 decades of experience as a senior executive in different spheres and sectors of the government in the Republic of South Africa. During this period in local and provincial government, Lawrence has been responsible for the following, shall I say, for the things I've just mentioned, right? And Lawrence has qualifications in politics and sociology from the University of Wits, or from Wits, and has done a postgraduate study in development studies at the University of Stockholm in Sweden. A wealth of experience, Lawrence. It is an honor to have you and to host you. The floor is all yours, sir. You may unmute yourself and share your screen.
Thank you very much. Let me just get myself sorted. Can you see my screen?
Not as yet. Yes, we can see it now. There we go. Brilliant. You may continue, sir. If you can put it in presentation mode, please.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope, let me just sort out, all right.
There we go.
Is that fine?
Fantastic.
Okay, so
yes, perfect.
As I've been introduced, I'm from the City of Johannesburg, responsible for the Smart City Program. So I'm going to share with you very briefly some insights in terms of how we are looking at this topic of compatibility and interoperability. And the case in point that I'm going to speak to will be clear just now in terms of the IIOC as our smart city brain that we hope to use as the connecting point. So in terms of my presentation, it will cover the following points. We'll talk to the smart city framework, our strategic pillars, the roadmap, and then come to the topic on the IOC, and then concluding remarks. So firstly, to start with, we have a revised smart city strategy that talks to how we define the smart city in Joburg as a digitally transforming city that is becoming citizen-centric, inclusive, and also a city that makes decisions and that governs through technologically enhanced engagement with citizens, where we are addressing issues of socio-economic development, efficient service delivery, and making our city safe, sustainable, livable, and resilient. Now, we have 8 pillars that we've identified as part of our smart city development. The first one talks to smart citizen, which is about citizen centricity. The second one looks at our smart city services, In other words, how we can make our services we provide to the community to be smart. The third one looks at sustainability, a livable and a resilient city. And then, of course, safety also features. And then, of course, importantly, there's no smart city without connectivity. So we look at that as well, and how we digitalize our city and make it intelligent. Also, our governance processes, how we make them smart. Our institution, how we make it also smart in terms of modernization of our operations, our business processes, and then also looking at our economy, how we transition into a smart and a digital economy. In terms of the roadmap we are following, we start our journey from when we were established as a metro in 2000. And the first 10 years of that basically was about setting foundations. And then, of course, we are consolidating on those foundations and concluding in the year 2020. And then, of course, what we are now looking at and preparing ourselves for is to mainstream based on the consolidation that we have been doing. And so we're looking at mainstreaming, making it a business for all, smart city, not just a few departments, but everyone to be involved. And then, of course, taking it to maturation in basically 2030 to 2040 and beyond. Now, this is how we conceptualize our understanding of our smart city. That at the heart of it is the brain that allows us to conceptualize the city intelligently, and also to look at the different aspects and systems and subsystems that need to be driven by the central nerve system, in other words, the brain itself. That is based on a communication system that is powered by broadband, and that enables all these kinds of systems or subsystems, whether you're talking CCTV cameras, whether you're talking sensors, Wi-Fi spots, smart homes and buildings communication, smart poles, utilities, traffic lights, all of that to happen needs that brain, and that brain is what is reflected here, that is under construction as the IIOC, which the first phase of it is what we have now, that shows you cameras that are centered throughout the city, that are connecting, bringing in feed. These are cameras that are owned by us, and that are bringing in feed, whether it's in terms of traffic-related matters, crime-related matters, and any other incidences that happen in the city. We are able to capture the data, the feed, and then it gets processed, and it's reflected on the big screens and also on the small screens on the monitors. And then we're able to communicate to the different role players that need to respond to what we're picking up, whether we communicate to Johannesburg Water, to City Parks, to JRA, which is our roads agency, to City Power, which is our energy company, to Pick It Up, which is our waste removal company, etc. All of that is coming from the feed that is coming from those cameras. So currently we have 512 active cameras across the city, and this is how they are spread out, showing you, the coverage currently. And of course, we want to grow it And then, of course, already this is what it is giving us as capabilities, where we can see we can do number plate recognition. We can do facial recognition. We can see evidences of crime and others that are taking place in the city. Also, we are able to look at behavior or lie detection, where we can use that as video surveillance, looking at different kinds of situations where people are doing certain things. We also use it, as I was saying, in terms of crime situations, in business break-ins, car theft. And then, of course, we are implementing other initiatives that are linked to this. IIoC, already we have got 2 pilot smart poles at Sandton Station, Gauteng Station, as well as a Park Station, that are already assisting us to pilot and see how these smart poles can be used. We are extending our CCTV network to hotspots, for instance, areas like Westbury, Nuclear, and other priority areas, including Bloemfontein, etc. And then the IOC itself, we are starting the next phase. So we've done phase 1, so we'll be expanding it to phase 2 and phase 3, and bringing in the rest of the operational departments on board. So essentially then, the IIoC, which then is the heart of how different systems, are coming together and how they are interoperating, and there are millions of other devices, IoT devices in our city. The biggest challenge is how we integrate them into a common platform. And these are the things that we are looking at and refining so that we can derive effectiveness and efficiency. So let me stop there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Lawrence. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you. Thanks.
Wonderful, wonderful. You have lots of thumbs up presentation. A lot of people are encouraged by what you have achieved, and I think what a wonderful case study of what can be achieved with an individual with years of experience, drive, and determination, and a solution that can benefit the public, as well as the community at large. I have a question, though, and I'm not sure if you're at liberty to answer, but who was your delivery partner? Are you able to share that with us? You're on mute. You're on mute.
No, it's not a problem. When we started, we brought in IBM to design the blueprint of our integrated IoT platform, basically, and our data system. So the IOC was designed by IBM. Then we brought in other players who came in to attend to different parts. For instance, the analytics, we got it from a company called Genetech, and then which is also linked or works with IBM. The cameras we got, especially the digital cameras, we got them from Huawei, and then of course we are looking at expanding the cameras, etc. So we've been working with different partners and parties, so that eventually we have a system that covers all of the IoT devices and dimensions that we have in our city. Let me mention also that in terms of the cameras that we have, we obviously have more cameras in the city than the ones that we have deployed ourselves. So there's thousands more. So we are talking to private sector parties as currently, for instance, APSA, and around their campus, in town, Santon City, et cetera, so that the cameras that they have already can fit into the IOC platform. So that's the integration and the compatibility that we are looking at. There are also partners like your Vumacam that have put up poles and cameras in many of our suburbs. So we are also engaging with them to make sure that there's alignment. Also the feed that is sourced from their cameras can come through our IOC. That is then the functioning of the brain, as I was referring to. Thanks.
That is fantastic. I, for one, I live in Johannesburg. I feel a lot safer after your presentation. I can guarantee you, and I'm sure many others do as well. Thank you for your time. It's been absolute. I would urge the delegates to please find Lawrence in the lobby or in the network rooms. If you've got multiple questions, I'm sure you've got multiple questions. Reach out to him, and I'm sure he'll be able to share. And this is an incredible case study, Lawrence. I mentored, and I think a lot of cities within Johannesburg, within South Africa, shall I say, and across Africa, will be able to learn from your excellent execution and what you've been able to achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, Lawrence Boyer, everybody, he is the Director of the Smart City Program at the City of Johannesburg. What an absolute pleasure. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye. Right, moving swiftly onwards. Sean Dipnall. Sean's airy. There he is. All right, fantastic. Thanks for joining us, Sean. I think we're all looking forward to your presentation. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. That's perfect. Sean Dipnall is the co-founder and CEO of Explore Group. All right, a portfolio and data science business that delivers a combination of projects, consulting, and skills to both South Africa and global businesses in an inclusive and innovative and creative way. He calls himself part academic, part actuary. Now, Sean, I'm trying to figure out how you're part academic and part actuary, but I'm sure you'll allude to it in your based on presentation that you will share with us. And I know that back in the world of business, you're a chief actuary of Nedbank Insurance Portfolio, and you cut your teeth as a leader in product development, valuation, capital modeling, experience investigations, analytics, and strategy. So a whole spectrum of ability or capabilities, shall I say. He's the first CEO position came when you were appointed head of the disruptive online life assurance company, Viva Life Assurance, but the allure of pure data science, then an exciting and emerging force in business across the world, took you to Telkom, where you were appointed the chief data scientist. Your responsibilities included delivering big data and data science solutions across the Telkom group using the latest data science tools and platform. It's an absolute honor to have you on the IoT forum. Sean, the floor is all yours, sir.
Cool, thanks. Let me share my screen and go for it. Can you see my screen?
It's coming. I'll let you know shortly. Not yet.
Cool. So 15 minutes isn't long. Let me get cracking and maybe take some questions at the end. So the agenda for today is to share, using IoT to deliver intelligence to large water networks. So that's the nature of the talk. I mean, very quickly, who are we? Explore AI. We've been doing sophisticated data analytics, machine learning, and AI on large networks, locally and globally. So we've got about a decade's experience there. We're the data science partner for Thames Water. It was actually an article released a few hours ago which sort of shares us winning a contract to deliver, data science for the next, many years into Thames Water. And a lot of the discussion will share some use cases there. We've been working there for about 2-3 years. The work we've done has won UK App of the Year, IoT App of the Year, Productivity App of the Year, and a highly commended AI and ML App of the Year. So some street cred in Europe, which is great. And then lastly, we have about 100, 105, 110 engineers, scientists who sort of build these intelligent machines for large networks in Europe. So that's who we are very quickly, and hopefully a little bit of credibility as to who we are and what we've done to sort of start the discussion. So very quickly, some background and then getting into some examples. I mean, water, which we know very well in Europe, and for us in Cape Town know very well because we nearly ran out of it a few years ago. I mean, at a very high level, water is a very interesting industry. Firstly, there's this thing called climate change, which is happening, and expectations and simulations that say that, water will run out in 2050 if we don't do anything different. So there's a big sort of water scarcity theme in the water industry. Secondly, and jumping around here, there's massive population growth. When I was young, there was, I think, 4 billion people. Now I think there's 7-8 billion people, and that's going to go beyond 10 soon. So if the population doubles or triples, you need a lot more water for that population. You've got infrastructure that was laid sometimes centuries ago in London where we work. Some of the pipes are wooden underground, put in the 17th century underneath the tube station. So you've got this massively old infrastructure that needs to be updated. And then a bunch of stuff around that, right? Obviously economic constraints, massive regulatory pressure to sort of fix this problem, inverted commas. And it's within this sort of environment that data analytics, machine learning, data science, IoT becomes the savior, right? I mean, this is the way that we can understand how best to act. Very quickly again, you can use data analytics and data science off the sensor data to help with asset planning. That's both with, CapEx investment and predictive maintenance. So I think there's $1.9 trillion of water assets to be renewed over the next 10 years. And data analytics helps you to sort of set the investment agenda. Then there's also daily operations. You can use data analytics to be more efficient in operations. And then alongside that, bad things happen, things break, things burst, and data analytics can help you, manage those incidents efficiently to limit the damage. Quick aside, two things that I didn't know before I worked in water. A big burst can flood basements and people can die because, if you're underground in a basement and the water comes up, you can drown. So that's, it can cause death. Also, water supply to hospitals and critical infrastructure. And if there's no water for periods into those environments, then people can also die, right? So literally water can be a matter of life and death. And there's some waste examples, which I won't share because they're a bit crude. Lastly, your customer, bad debts, when to contact them, how much to charge them, how to communicate with them. There's, hundreds of use cases to use data there. So the headline here is that there's massive problems to solve in water that are sort of fundamentally critical to survive as the human race, and data analytics are going to be how we solve those. Very quickly, all of this data analytics is built off the backbone, which is the IoT sensor network. There's many types of devices in the water network, but very quickly, the big ones we use are the flow and pressure meters. Those catch the flow and pressure of water across the whole network real time. And then all the other assets also have sensors on them, right? The pumping stations, the reservoirs, the sewers, et cetera. So all of that data can be used to help solve the problems that we've just talked about. Very quickly, I'll give two examples of what we've done at Thames, which has been in the press, so it's not confidential. So Thames has got hundreds of kilometers of pipes, from big mains to pipes to the little sort of pipes into your households. They've got sensor data or sensors on all of those on that network every couple of kilometers or sometimes every couple of 100 meters. And you can catch the flow and pressure of that network in real time. So that's a sort of a big data source you're streaming into the cloud. Massive engineering exercise. I could speak for hours on how difficult and how you sort of do that. Alongside that, you've got that contextual data. You've got the weather, the pipes. Some pipes are old. Some pipes have different materials. Some pipes are under freeways, under trees, have different curves, have different sort of shapes. So there's all that data you add. And then alongside that, you've got the sort of operational data: what parks have broken, when were they fixed, how were they fixed, what they were replaced with, what the pressure was, et cetera, et cetera. So big sort of step one is having this massive data source, often real time, billions of data sources, every second really, that you collate, aggregate, and sort of stream into the cloud. Once you've got this cloud sort of data lake, then you can start doing the intelligence on top of it. So 2 examples. The one is on the right here. That's a live sort of screenshot. That's visualizing the London network in real time, color coding it, so red, orange, green. You can see some small reds there, and that's when there's a problem that's happened or is brewing, right? So being able to predict an event, for example, a burst, or to see it happen and then sort of know where to go to fix it. So that's sort of a risk visualization of the network in real time to predict events and limit problems. Another example, which won the UK App of the Year award, was a sort of a leak detection app for the technicians. That was taking all the data on the left and different versions of it and different sort of types of it, getting it into the data lake, and then enabling technicians with call it like an Uber app, where they geolocate themselves. They can see the suburb they're responsible for, red, orange, green, the pipes within the network, and then be able to send them to the pipes that are leaking so that they can fix them before they leak for too long. So basically, real-time guidance of where to go to fix the leakiest pipe to limit the leakage, which went down very well and was fundamentally different than the old system, where they would have to wake up with paper maps that were static, printed months ago, and pretty much walk around and sort of guess where the leaks were in a very sort of manually intensive, call center, acoustic logger type of environment, right? So 2 examples of taking the sensor network, billions of data points every second, augmenting that with lots of other supplementary data, which then fundamentally goes through a process of presenting, intelligence using AI and machine learning, in this case to help technicians identify leaks, and the control room operators understand the sort of big risks in the network, and then sort of be able to predict when something's going to happen to try and prevent it, and or when something happens, what's happened, where's it happened, what do we need to do to get there to limit the damage. So 2 quick water examples, pretty much extendable across any water company in the world. And there would be analogies, I guess, into electricity and into telecommunications. Big networks, stuff happens that you want to predict, prevent, and detect. Very quickly, in I'm 10 minutes in. So IoT devices will continue to proliferate. They'll continue to be essential, particularly in big networks and large infrastructure businesses. It's not easy, I guess. Firstly, data storage is tricky. I mean, for us to do the Thames, there was 6 to 12 months of just data engineering work before there was any science or any use cases. It's a real engineering exercise to get that right, and becomes quite costly when you're streaming that data into a big lake. AWS and Azure, etc. Their charges become meaningful at scale. There's lots of privacy laws to navigate and get right. If it's not client data, it's a little bit easier, but that's something top of mind. And then lastly, it's expensive. These devices are very valuable, but they're expensive to roll out, and one shouldn't be just rolling them out blindly. There's always an investment case beforehand to roll out appropriately. And some examples we've seen is that in some areas where it's dense, for example, the middle of London, it makes sense to roll out there. But in a rural community where there's a few houses in the middle of nowhere, it doesn't make sense to roll out infrastructure there or smart devices there. I'm not going to read the slide, but just in summary, utility players, both water and other, have got massive challenges going forward as populations increase, and as infrastructure ages, and as regulators get more demanding. It's clear that the way to help these big utilities solve their problems are with data analytics. The data analytics and machine learning doesn't happen unless you've got this backbone of the IoT network. With that, you can do a bunch of things. You can do hundreds of things. 2 examples we've shared is detecting leaks for technicians, and then helping understand and manage the system risk as an operator. And I guess this trend is only going to grow exponentially as sensors proliferate, 10, 20 times every few years. But watch out for the many risks and constraints embedded in them. That's me. That's probably just under 15 minutes, and happy to take questions.
Fascinating. I think I really enjoyed that, Sean. So kudos to you and your teams for what you're achieving. I think for me, what really stands out is when you mentioned that it's not cheap to get some of the stuff done, right? There needs to be a proper plan and some proper investment guidelines that put in place in order to get them done. How do you avoid slapping lipstick on a pig, per se, navigating the legacy system quagmire? I mean, how do you do that? How do you tell your potential customers that you need to discard A and have B, or have a combination of the two?
Sure. So, I mean, that's a good question that would take hours to answer. And before I start to answer it, I mean, we run the Data Science Academy, Explore Data Science Academy alongside this, and we help organizations become data ready and mature, and we sort of upskill their staff and build pipelines. So this question, I guess, cuts across both the academy work and the Explore AI work, and it's very difficult, right? And sort of not answering the question properly, this process, it's a massive end-to-end transformation. It's often at its heart cultural. Sort of legacy thinking and legacy approaches need to be broken up, sometimes very painfully. A lot of customers we work with are scared of the cloud and don't want to go to the cloud, and just moving to the cloud, which is for us almost inevitable and non-negotiable. That's often a multi-year discussion. Getting the right skills. The data engineers to do this aren't the engineers who have been working for 20 years in SQL on an on-premise database, right? So it's a really complex, lengthy, expensive transformation that is very difficult, and a lot of people don't get right. As a short answer, I mean, it's a good question.
No, fair enough. I only ask because I go through the same pain points to get solutions across the line. You showed a live stream of the London Underground. Now, tell me something. To remediate the problem, right? Is that you've isolated the problem? You know where it is. You've isolated the risk, right? Yep. In order to then remediate the problem, right? Is that a physical deployment of a human, or can it be done remotely?
So a bit of both, right? So I'll give you two examples. The one is, and this is not specific to Thames. This is just water, right? So pipes burst, trunk mains, actually, these big 4-meter long trunk mains burst because they're old and because of many things, weather, pressure. When a trunk main bursts, it's Armageddon, right? Like freeways get flooded, basements get flooded. There's 12 hours, sometimes 36 hours, that whole area doesn't have any water. Okay. Now when a trunk main bursts, bizarrely, you can see water, but you don't know where the burst happens. There's lots of water across many kilometers, but where the burst has happened is a massive thing to understand, right? And often they know something's burst in, say, Bryanston, but you've got to know the street or the part where the main burst. And a lot of our technology helps them locate that burst, which then saves 10, 12, 15 hours. So you get to the burst, and these are humans with trucks and spanners, and they fix the burst, right? Or fix the pipe. So in that case, it's a human being, a team of technicians going to fix the problem, and knowing where the problem is, what it is, and getting there quick is very valuable and saves millions of pounds and sometimes lives. The other sort of answer to your question is, sometimes you can see something's going to happen, right? There's a problem brewing, and there at the control room, it doesn't need to be humans on the streets to the pipes. You can play with the pressure, you can sort of turn valves, you can stop a pump, you can switch on a pump, and there it's an electronic thing in a control room with an operator, right? So it depends on the problem.
Fantastic. I think thank you for that. There's a lot of questions. Unfortunately, we can't get to all of them, and I urge the delegates to reach out to Sean. I'm sure he'll be in the lobby and in the conference room to take your questions. Sean Dittner, co-founder and CEO of Explore. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a very insightful presentation, and I look forward to interacting with you into the future. Thank you very much, sir. Great. I think we are nearing the end. We have one more speaker, if I'm correct. Let me double check. We do, and I think it's Danny. Where's Danny? Danny, you can come back. You were creeping in and out, so I had to put you out for a second, but hopefully you can come back. Where is Danny? Danny, hello.
Hello.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you, Danny, for joining us. I think we can get straight into it, because I think I know we say we save the best for last, but I would have to say that I think we have saved the best for last. Danny Afahonko, sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Danny Afahonko is a CEO and founder of Cloud Inspire. It's an open source advocate, an IT passionate business. He has accumulated over 15 years of experience in the IT industry and has been part of most of the most influential companies in IT, namely Afrinic as a systems engineer and the world market leader in open source Red Hat France as a cloud architect. A disruptor by nature, Danny's ideology is to change the way IT is perceived. His mission is to break down the complexity of IT and make it accessible for everyone in Africa through education. That hit home for me. The floor, the virtual floor, is all yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you for attending this 30-minute session. It's very short, but I try to make it short and sweet. So the topic I would like to talk to you about is how we can build and automate a cloud infrastructure in Africa, and how we can pick data we are collecting from our IoT devices and smart devices local. So according to Forbes research, we have 35 billion of smart devices online by 2021, and this number will be increased by to 75 billion in 2025. And this one is tomorrow. It is almost tomorrow. So we are living in a connected world, and we are surrounded by IT devices that are collecting a huge amount of data, and those data are nowadays considered like gold. And what we do when we have gold, we want to keep it safe, we want to make sure that it's secure, and we want to make sure that we can access it at any time. So, and the data we are collecting from our IoT devices are also considered like gold. And in Africa, this IoT business is growing pretty fast despite all the challenges we are encounter in Africa. And this is what we are doing at Cloud Inspire to help IoT business to get rid of those challenges and become more successful. So what the agenda will look like? The agenda will be, we'll go through quickly through the IoT challenges in Africa and tell you how Aome, the software I've designed that can help you get rid of all those challenges and enable the cloud in Africa on demand. And then we go through 2 different case studies where we can see how IoT will work in the agriculture, and see how also IoT can help internet service providers, but not only the data centers and hosting company to become cloud providers and enable IT businesses. So before deeping dive into the subject, I would like to introduce myself. As we say, I'm a cloud architect, and I work in different countries, different companies where I have a huge experience in Africa, and I work for Afrinic for Red Hat, and now I'm based in France, and I've created a company called Cloud Inspire, and this company has been labeled like for innovation for the French tech. And our mission is to demystify the cloud and make it available, accessible for everyone, everywhere, and especially in Africa. And we are cloud advocates, and we we do all the accompany of the of customers to adopt and do their digital transformation. So what is Aome? Aome is our platform we use to automate all the platform we have, and this platform has been developed and designed, in our society. So let's go to the IoT challenges quickly. So the IoT challenges will look like what? We have electricity issues, we have internet connectivity issues, and we have competencies issue. We don't have a lot of skills, and especially we also have security issues and many more. And those are
only a few of them, and we will see how with Ahome we can get rid of those challenges and come up with something more more stable, more secure, and how we can enable the IoT businesses despite all the challenges we are encounter. So the idea is to keep calm. Despite all our challenges, we have a solution. And this solution is our platform called Ahome, and this platform has been designed, and it is a unique platform offering what we call cloud as a service. And this platform is a new generation of automation engine for multi-cloud infrastructure. What it does, and it orchestrates, manage, deploy, and control the costs, and reduce what is more important, the human footprint in all those interactions. What does it mean? Less human interaction means less error. And it also implies we can deploy regardless your skills or your competency. You just need to do a few clicks and you should be able to operate your cloud infrastructure right away. So let's see some key features of Ahome like a platform. We offer what we call the cloud as a service. So we automate. What does it mean, the cloud as a service? The cloud as a service means you automate your entire infrastructure from the beginning to the end, including all the pieces for the storage, the application, the authentication system, your monitoring tools, and your backup system. In one click, in few clicks, you should be able to operate your cloud system right away, and you can scale it on a need basis or reduce it when the need is not there. We have the infrastructure as a code. The infrastructure as a code is the way we document our infrastructure. It is documented in the human readable language where everyone without a lot of skills can read the documentation and see, okay, this is how the system look like. He can improve it, so to make sure that we have an accurate documentation at any time. The multi-cloud deployment will be a way to give to the end user the freedom. This freedom is, for me, quite important. The ability for the user to decide where he wants to put his data. If he is agree of the pricing or the rate of Amazon, he can decide to put the data on Amazon. If you want to put on Azure, he can put on Azure. But if you want to split the data across many cloud providers like Amazon, Azure, Google, DigitalOcean, Linode, he can do so. So we give to the user the ability, this freedom to change or to decide where he wants to split or use like a provider. So this also is something that this platform enables by default. What will concern the end user will be only the pricing. So the pricing will be the only challenge he have to be okay with. And then we offer something very special as well for the data centers or for the hosting companies, what we call the business as a service, where they can resell or charge back their added value services or a part of their unutilized platform, and to do a package like a package, and they offer this package to those packages are ready to go platform where the customer can subscribe and start consuming. So for the internet service providers, they can offer a platform like a storage application and a monitoring tool, AI, also machine learning for their customer in IoT. So those customers just need to buy this service and have all those infrastructure ready to use. The main point Ahome is, we cure the electricity, the internet connectivity, and the expertise. The main challenges we have is the electricity. Ahome can be installed on infrastructure on low intensity equipment.
such as Raspberry Pi and Internet. And these features of Ahome as a cloud as a service will help you build on premises all that you need to run your infrastructure close to your smart devices. You just need to have your generator ready. When you have a power outage, you can just put it on, and then you should be able to run your homemade ready platform where you can still collect and operate despite this electricity power outage. So, electricity challenge solved. Let's go back to the second challenge, internet connectivity. What Ahome does, Ahome allows the IoT business to run the equipment offline, and when the connectivity is off, you can still collecting your data because you are working on disconnected and offline mode. And once the internet connectivity is back, you can restart synchronizing if you have a remote data center where you want to keep a part of your data. So for the internet connectivity issue, Ahome solved. Let's go back to the next challenge. Lack of expertise. We don't have enough expertise in the cloud architect, in the engineering, operating the cloud, even in the data analyst and data scientist. So how Ahome solve this issue? It allows you to build your platform on automation. Everything, as I say at the beginning, the main point of this platform is to use a lot of automation and reduce to the maximum the human footprint. So once you have this platform ready, you can just decide what kind of platform you want to automate, and it automates it for you by default. So you don't need to be an expert to build a complex and a stable infrastructure. It will be done for you automatically. So the lack of expertise challenge solved. So let's go to the security aspect. The security is most of the time the day three task in the deployment. So the day one mostly is for the installation, the day two is for the configuration, and the day three is where comes the security issues, the security challenges. And most of the time, I know a lot of engineers that say that we relegate this part to the next, and sometimes they neglect this part, and sometimes it's not done, definitely. But with Ahome, the security is part of the product itself. So it is a security by default. You don't need to be, it's a built-in security that will help you to have your identity manager. Data are encrypted. You have zero trust infrastructure by default. And what you have to do is only to make sure that once it is deployed, you can adjust this later on. But by default, you have your infrastructure secure. So for the security part, we have the problem solved. For whom Ahome has been designed for? Ahome is designed mainly for data centers, internet service provider, and business IT infrastructure. For the data center, what it will be like? Ahome can transform their traditional way of their operating, and they can now become a cloud offering platform where they can sell more than only co-location. They can sell something else. They can just build their packages and sell added values. For the internet service providers, they can become the cloud providers to enable IoT business, but not only IT businesses. They can also enable IT businesses in general. And for the businesses with the IT infrastructure, they can enjoy having a scalable and high availability infrastructure and keep their data local without stress, hassle-free, and scalable their infrastructure if the need is there. So for the first case study, let's see how Ahome can help the agriculture, the IoT in agriculture. In rural areas, this is traditional architecture where you have your IoT devices, you can collect your data, and then you have your IoT devices, your smart devices, and you use the mobile network to collect your data across, and then you ship it to
your cloud provider, and then you use your mobile network to do so. But if you look at it, it is not cheap. It's not cheap at all, because you need to make sure that all the data you are collected are shipped through the mobile network, and the mobile network is not cheap, especially when we are out of the cities. You want to make sure that you have you have the right the cloud architect, the network engineers, and the data scientists that will help you to build your infrastructure either on Amazon, Google, or Azure, or whatever if you want this to, if you have decided to. You need to make sure that you have a talented and skillful engineers that will help, who can help you. Otherwise, you can find yourself losing money because you have you don't have the right people. And then what also can also drive you crazy, once you have the internet outage, all the data you are collected will be lost. All your IT devices will become blind, and they will not be connected. And you are also locked in these cloud providers. So how do you make sure that you can get rid of all those using, a cheaper way, but an efficient way to keep your data despite all those challenges? Africa region, encounter, but not only Africa, but in the world in general. So by design, Ahome will have these features of working in offline mode, where it can operate for you a on-premises facility, where you can deploy on the spin of your hand your entire infrastructure, where you have your application server, you have your AI, your machine learning platform, your storage, and you can keep collecting your data. And then you have, on other hand, if you want to share, or you want to analyze a part of your data based on your strategy on a different cloud provider, you can decide the cloud provider you want. It can be Amazon, can be Google, can be anyone you decide. But you don't need to ship all your data. You can only ship a part of data that you want to be analyzed. So that will give you a control of your data, where you have, on the first hand, the cost. You control the cost of what you need to do in terms of engineering, and also what it will cost you when you go to Amazon, Google, or Azure, or any providers that is offering a analytics solution. You can reduce your workload, because all the traffic will remain local. You don't need to ship all the data across your public mobile network. You can use your local Wi-Fi to do so, because everything will be provided by Ahome by default. The data are still collected despite you have power outages or internet outages. You can keep collecting your data, and then your data most of is kept local. You store your data are encrypted by default, and then you can focus on your main businesses, because your main business is what that should be your main concern. You don't need to be focused on the IT issues. You need to focus on your main businesses, trying to do the data analytics to improve your business, and also scale at your own pace. Ahome will take off all the security aspect, the deployment, the management, and you have to do nothing regarding the IT. The IT part. So this is how Ahome can revamp the way the IoT has been deployed in the rural areas, using the cloud to propose all those IoT devices and smart devices.
So let's go to the study 2, where you have the ISP, how Ahome can help the ISPs to become a cloud provider in their region and enable IoT businesses. Ahome will transform the existing ISP to become a cloud provider, so they can offer a dedicated or share, depend on what kind of services they have and what kind of resources they own, to give a ready to go platform to their different tenants. The tenant can be a business in IoT, and like a package, they can have, as I say, their storage, their AI, their machine learning, their application platform, their whatever that are required for them to operate. They can give them like a package where the IoT business only that need to pay for and connect to that platform, and then start enjoying this capability of operating and collecting data, and also what is of a more important, keep their data local. And even though the connectivity, the outbound connectivity has been is disrupted or has been cut off, they can still operate. And then for the either for the internet service provider, the cost will be twice, because he will reduce the cost of the outbound, because we know that the transit in Africa, the transit is expensive, extremely expensive. So he can reduce the transit, and also have business with IoT businesses, and then they can leverage each other to become something much bigger. And this is also a call out for data centers, internet service providers to create or to build carriers or fibers to the different areas to have more internet coverage, so they can facilitate all those business. And then Ahome can help you build your business accordingly to help different businesses in IoT, but not only in IoT, in the IT in general, to grow. And if they can keep their data local, you will reduce as well your bandwidth, and then you also offer a business, and people will start trusting you. And then instead of putting our data away, we can keep our data local, because the data now, is gold. If you own the data, you own the gold. And so others are putting you in the cloud. We at Cloud Inspire, we bring cloud to you. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Can you hear me, Jenny?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Merci beaucoup. Excellent présentation. That was fantastic. I don't even know what to say. I think I had a lot of questions written down, and you answered every single one of them. So, but there is a question from the audience, and I think you did touch on it from a pricing perspective. It says, what pricing are we looking at for this offline on-prem cloud infrastructure, and can it be used for other purposes non-agriculturally related?
Yeah, this is we are offering a customized offer. So based on your need base, or based on the complexity of your existing platform or what you want to achieve, we don't have a standard or fixed price. We can give you a customized price that also will be in the budget of of Africa reality, because this is what's so important for me. The most. So how we can make cloud available for everyone, within our budget, because there's no way for us to spend billion, because we don't have that, and how we can help small businesses or startups to achieve more with less. So, and then
please go ahead.
Okay,
great.
That's it.
That's great. Listen, thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have time to take all the questions, but that was a very insightful and very relevant presentation, especially when you talk about IoT in rural. it's incredibly relevant and extremely fascinating in terms of where you're going with IoT. I wish you all the best at Aome and everything that you're doing. I'll be following very closely, as I'm sure many other delegates who were privileged and lucky enough to listen to you today will do as well. I encourage the delegates to please reach out to Danny. You may meet him in the lobby or in the networking area. I think he'll be hanging around for a bit. His contact details are on screen. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Danny Afahoko is the CEO of Inspire, Cloud Inspire, and it's been fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you all, and hope to see you in the lobby.
Indeed. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that wraps up today's conference. I would like to leave you with a few thoughts. I think with the close of a whirlwind 2020 and the start of 2021, connected devices will continue to define various and numerous industries in the coming year. Several trends continue to gather momentum, fueling IoT's prominence in 2021, from data-intensive industries and experience that use IoT devices, such as self-driving cars or wearable devices, to basic health and safety needs as COVID-19 continues to take center stage. At the same time, the IoT landscape remains fragmented, with various prevailing standards, connectivity options, and use cases abounding. This fragmentation will continue, but you've heard today, right, that we're doing tremendous stuff and coming together as a collective, as a community, to ensure that we provide best practices, we provide collaboration, and the right tools and services, whether it's hardware or software, to make things happen on the African continent. While 5G has been touted as the holy grail for IoT, there will be a variety of connectivity options. So I think look out for this fantastic world, what is happening in the Internet of Things, especially from Africa. Just a quick thank you once again to our sponsors. You guys made this happen. Software AG, Darktrace, InnoMind, Cloud Inspire, you just heard from Danny, and Miro. It's been a fantastic morning and into the afternoon session. It's been an absolute privilege and pleasure for me to host you today. I'd like to say hello to Mom and Dad. I know you guys were watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I will look forward to joining you guys and continuing this journey in the Internet of Things going forward. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Stay blessed, stay safe, look after yourselves. Bye-bye.
My name is Michael Lee Sherwood. I'm the Director of Technology and Innovation for the City of Las Vegas. We've deployed Darktrace's industrial immune system in our water reclamation and water processes to safeguard our systems from intrusion. Those systems are critical to a city's operation, is also critical to the citizens that we serve. Any disruption in sewer service or water service could be very impactful to the community. We chose Darktrace because really there's no other product available to us that gave us the insights, that gave us the ability to take action and proactively monitor and safeguard our network. I think the fundamental advantage of machine learning and what Darktrace really brings to the game is its ability to evolve and adapt as my needs and security change. Las Vegas is a pioneer in the smart city arena, and we really are, as we expand and grow our network, are bringing Darktrace into that fold. And as we start deploying more smart city technologies, Darktrace is going to be our partner going forward in securing our networks. Las Vegas is undertaking several innovative projects currently. We're looking at having an autonomous vehicle traverse our streets. We're also deploying IoT sensors throughout the city that control lighting and trash and so forth. And Darktrace is a huge component of that security architecture to ensure those networks remain and stay secure. So having Darktrace as part of our team, and we really look at it as part of our team, really provides a force multiplier. We have a very small security team, but Darktrace provides that 7x24 by 365 support that we really need. Las Vegas is a very progressive city, and we're always trying to attract new business and new economic opportunities. And by partnering with Darktrace, we've really had some great experiences in getting exposure for our city. Not only exposure that has helped the city attract new business, but exposure that's brought companies into our market that would have never come before had we not had this great partnership with Darktrace.